Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Okay, welcome everybody to the June 16th Volusia County Council meeting. We will call the meeting to order at 4:01. There's still a lot of people coming in, but we'll start moving ahead. In just a moment, I'll ask you to stand for the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance, but first I wanted to let you know that if you are a member of a faith group who would like to participate in the invocation, you are welcome to do so. Just send an email to K Green, the letter K Green at volusia.gov, and she will send you all of the information to get you set up for that. We appreciate all those that participate. This morning, actually, this is afternoon, isn't it? Okay. It's morning somewhere. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Okay. Today we have the Rabbi Paul Falk of the Ariel congregation in Orange City. If you would stand with me for the invocation and then just remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Avenu Malkeinu, our Father and King. Father, we come before you. We thank you for even the rain. We so need it in this community right now. We thank you for this piece of creation that we get to enjoy. Help us never take that for granted. We also thank you and we bless you that we live in a country that we get to enjoy things and have a very different understanding of freedom than most people in the world have today, much less in our history. Help us never take that for granted as well. I thank you, Father, for the individuals who stand before us, who are serving this community. I ask you to continue to give them wisdom and the guidance as they stand up in this place and stand the gap for all of us as a community to guide us and lead us into the time to come. We bless your name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the Thank you again. Carissa, can you call the roll, please?
Mr. Reinhardt,
Here.
Mr. Robbins,
Here.
Mr. Santiago,
Here.
Mr. Dempsey, Mr. Johansson, Mr. Kent,
Here.
Mr. Brower.
Here, and we do have a quorum, and we will continue. We'll start our meeting as we always do with public participation. When I call your name, please come to the podium and try and make sure that there is a microphone in front of you so that everyone can hear you. There is a button on the left-hand side of the podium that makes it, allows it to go up and down to facilitate that. And please, when you come up, just tell us what part of the county you're from. You don't have to give your full address for safety reasons, but tell us what part of the county you're from so that your representative knows that you're here, and you have 3 minutes to discuss anything that pertains to the county. Doesn't have to be on the agenda on this part of public participation, but something that perhaps we could deal with as a council in the future. So your comments are welcome, and to begin, we have a new speaker before the council. I'm John Nicholson. They all know him now.
John Nicholson. Unaccustomed as I am to public speaking, I just have a couple of things. Now, last week I wore a shirt for De Leon Springs because Amy from De Leon Springs introduced me one time as saying, well, he's only interested in Daytona Beach. And I thought, well, gee, I thought I mentioned at least once or twice that Daytona Beach was the economic engine of Daytona Beach and Volusia County. And apparently it didn't get through because only David has so far agreed with me. But I do believe Daytona Beach is the economic engine. And then I went to a First Step Shelter meeting, and I was reminded that Roseanne Tornatore, just like Lowell, remember the dog beach? Lowell and Nancy were sitting in the audience and said, oh, we'll front the $100,000, no question. Roseanne, when they were discussing an outdoor shelter, said, no problem, I'll donate the $250,000, and she built one. And I'm thinking, you know, in the past, there were names that contributed greatly to Volusia County. Bill France, Tom Stead, Tiffin Davidson, George Anderson, and now Lowell are all past. I wanted to say this several years ago, that we don't recognize those people that are really putting it all out for the county. There's a gentleman who grew up in the area. We were trying for 20 years to raise $5 million to redo our park on Beach Street. We couldn't seem to get the money. And all of a sudden he said, okay, I'll give $15 million because I want it to look like it was when I was a kid. He ended up spending $35 million. That's Hyatt Brown. Gail Limerand, you don't hear much about him, but you see his name on buildings all over Daytona Beach. Glenn Ritchie, wealthy man. I'll always love him because he stepped in when Scarlett Golden died and really moved Daytona Beach greatly. There's Mario Cindy, you'll see his name on the building. He's very active in the Republican Party. Nancy Loman is still alive and still donating like mad. There's Jim France and Lisa Kennedy. You don't hear much about them, but they're always helping. So I'd just like to take a minute to thank all of those people who are not only for Daytona Beach, but for all of Volusia County who are putting their money to good use. I want to thank them publicly because I don't think they get enough acclaim.
Good words, John. It's a great way to start the meeting. Deborah Dudley.
Good afternoon, Council. Deborah Dudley, DeLeon, Florida. Truck plazas play a crucial role in our nation's supply chain. However, due to their 24/7 operation, high turnover, and near total anonymity, they have also become significant hubs for two of the world's most detrimental illicit enterprises, human trafficking and drug trafficking. When illicit activity establishes a foothold in a truck plaza, it inevitably expands outward. Neighboring properties bear immediate consequences, becoming staging grounds for drug use, fencing stolen goods, and prostitution rings. Local residential streets experience an increase in transient loitering, human waste, and noise complaints, compromising public safety and depreciating property values. Simultaneously, retail properties face an immediate surge in property crime, vehicle break-ins, and aggressive loitering as individuals seek quick cash to fund addictions. These activities impose a significant financial burden on local business owners, as increased security measures are required. Once again, I acknowledge the significance of the trucking industry to our economy. However, with the Florida Department of Transportation building truck stops near the I-4, I-95 interchange, a truck plaza just 9 miles down the road on a 2-lane service road abutting Lake Winnemucet and the 55-plus senior community appears disingenuous. The upcoming request for a special exception to zoning regulation will require careful consideration. The most prudent course of action is to reject the proposal for a truck plaza and instead support commercial enterprises that will benefit local residents without burdening service roads with semi-truck traffic and harming our local ecosystems and increasing crime rates. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mike Poniatowski. And you'll be followed by Gail Grenzig.
Good afternoon, Council. Mike Poniatowski, Tomoka Farms Village. Let's talk about upcoming property tax reform. It's coming in November. We're not sure how the voters are going to vote, but between 60 and 80% support it. And if it passes in November, government is going to get a big dose of Ozempic. You're going to need to cut spending big time. $100 million in Volusia County, round numbers. So it's up to you guys right now to work with staff to identify those cuts, some very painful, that you're going to have to make today. Get it done soon so you know what to do once the vote is tallied in November. And if it does not pass, you've done a great exercise and you've identified places to cut. So I implore you, if it does not pass, look at the cuts you've identified, the ways you can save money for the taxpayers, and make some of those cuts and save the taxpayers money. In 1992, Save Our Homes was passed. I believe it became effective in 1995. That was the first shot across the bow by homeowners that property taxes were going through the roof. It hasn't stopped. In 2017, I believe there was $45 billion in taxable value in Volusia County. In 2025, there was $108 billion in taxable value in Volusia County. That's a big jump in 10 years. So is that real money? Is that real inflation? Or is that just government wanting to spend our money? So we need to take a good hard look, and you need to take a big hard look. The county manager needs to take a big hard look, and staff really needs to dig deep and look at where they can cut. And again, if property tax reform doesn't pass, you've identified ways to save us money, and that's your job. And we all want that because everyone out there is struggling. Senior citizens are struggling to stay in their homes as their property taxes increase and they have fixed incomes. The young who want to get a leg up and buy their first home can't do it because things are so expensive. Interest rates, property taxes, insurance rates. There are so many things you can do to help those first-time home buyers in Volusia County by looking at where you can cut and actually making the cut and the hard decisions to save our homes, to save Florida, and to make sure that we can affordably provide the services that are essential to government. Thanks, and I hope you do the right thing.
Gail Grinzig, and you will be followed by Wendy Weiss.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Gail Grenzig. I'm a licensed mental health therapist and a university graduate school professor. During the last meeting, I discussed the impact of noise, light, and vibrations from the perspective of nuisance laws and county ordinances. This week, I would like to continue this discussion, but from a mental health perspective. The EPA, Harvard Medicine, and the World Health Organization all state that persistent vibrations, noise, and light pollution are more than a nuisance. It is a significant health hazard. Here's some of what the research says. Older adults experience greater and more prolonged stress hormone responses to environmental stressors due to age-related changes in what's called the HPA axis. And this system, this axis, is something inside of us that releases hormones such as cortisol and adrenaline in reaction to what's happening in the environment. And some of you might have heard like a fight or flight response. That's basically what we're talking about. But for seniors who are exposed to persistent environmental stressors, this system is working in overdrive, and it eventually fails, resulting in emotional dysregulation, anxiety, PTSD, depression, mood disorders, cognitive impairment, and there's a correlation to Alzheimer's. Anecdotally, I will tell you that my neighbors are experiencing increased stress, increased anxiety, and increased depression at just the thought of this project. You have to realize that they're seeing their life savings and their dreams about a forever home becoming a forever disaster. And this is why FDOT in their Truck Plaza report specifically stated that it is incompatible to place truck plazas next to retirement homes and retirement communities. And if you look throughout the whole state of Florida, there are none, privately or publicly owned, that are placed next to a retirement community. The World Health Organization and Columbia University have stated that seniors are a high-risk group. They are impacted more than others. They have fragile sleep patterns. They are more susceptible to the adverse effects of environmental noise. There's a 30% increase in depression risk. Insufficient sleep increases negative emotional responses and decreases positive emotional responses, making it harder to cope with daily living and decision-making. The Volusia Land Code states that all non-residential development adjacent to residential zoning must demonstrate compatibility, defined as avoiding adverse impacts related to noise, lighting, traffic, and general welfare. Remember, we were here first. Let me be clear, this development is detrimental and incompatible to seniors, a high-risk group, as stated by the state of Florida, recognized federal and global health organizations, research universities, and the county comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy Weiss, and you'll be followed by Crystal Wells.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Wendy Weiss. I'm a board-certified family physician and a resident of Crestwind DeLand. I'm also a survivor of bilateral breast cancer. And I'd like to speak to you today regarding the health implications of a proposed truck plaza adjacent to Crestwind DeLand. My many health issues were related to the close proximity of truck plazas are caused by traffic-related air pollution and noise exposure. The bodily impacts of these factors are multiple, and I only have time for just a few today. Respiratory. This is obvious. A truck plaza is a concentration of heavy-duty diesel emissions generating substantial amounts of a particulate matter known as PM2.5, as well as black carbon, which we know as soot, and lots of others. Exposure to these emissions is linked to increased asthma, allergies, reduced lung function, and worsening of COPD. Cardiovascular. A study in 2019 estimated air pollution was responsible for 6.7 million deaths worldwide, and of those, 3.4 million deaths were due to cardiovascular disease that was caused directly by air pollution exposure. Air pollution is the fourth highest risk factor for cardiovascular disease. It's higher than high cholesterol, it's higher than obesity, it's higher than high blood sugar. Furthermore, air pollution contributes to a decrease in life expectancy by about 20 months. This is almost the same as tobacco use, which is 22 months. And cancer, as you might expect, I was interested to read about this. In 2013, the IARC, the International Agency for Research on Cancer, designated outdoor air pollution in general as a Group 1 carcinogen. Group 1 is defined as known to cause cancer in humans. The IARC also designated particulate matter PM2.5 specifically as a Group 1 carcinogen. Exposure to PM2.5 has been linked specifically to lung cancer, while other diesel emissions have been linked to breast cancer. In addition to traffic-related air pollution, noise exposure from truck plazas is also a risk factor for cardiovascular disease. One semi-truck diesel engine idles between 80 and 100 decibels. Chronic exposure to that level of noise increases the risk of cardiovascular disease by 20 to 40%, due in large part to the increase in the stress hormones that Gail just spoke about. Imagine the impact of multiple trucks idling 24 hours a day. DeLand is an active 55-plus adult community. We're considered at risk because of our age. Others have pre-existing cardiovascular and pulmonary disease. So this isn't a NIMBY situation, but rather a health emergency for those of us who may find ourselves in close proximity to a truck plaza. Therefore, we ask that for the health of the residents of Crestwind DeLand, that you as the County Commission support our position that the special exception application for a truck plaza be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Crystal Wells, and you'll be followed by Karen Anderson.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Crystal Wells. I live outside the city limits of DeLand. Thank you to the council members who have met with us. We have learned much from you about the opportunities and the challenges that are before us. Also, we appreciate the time that county staff took to meet with representatives from DeLand Little League. Their willingness to listen to our concerns and needs was appreciated. During those discussions, we learned that decisions regarding field rental cost ultimately rest with you. We respectfully ask that reducing the cost of county field rentals for youth sports organizations be considered a priority. Today, many volunteer coaches are personally paying out of pocket to rent practice fields because there simply are not enough available to our growing program. DeLand Little League also incurs significant costs when renting county fields for games. These expenses place an unnecessary burden on volunteers and families who are already giving their time and resources to support our local youth. We have compared to field rental rates in neighboring communities and surrounding counties. Residents are able to rent fields for approximately $10 per hour or $20 per hour when lights are required. We pay more than double that rate in Volusia County. We encourage the council to review these rates and consider whether the county's rental structure can be adjusted to better support local youth. Secondly, during our meeting with county staff, they mentioned the possibility of the old landfill on Plymouth Avenue that may have potential for a future youth sports complex. We understand that any future use of this property would ultimately require council approval. Today, I am not asking you for funds. I'm not asking you to transfer the land to us or even approve any specific project. Instead, I am just asking the council to support further exploration of this opportunity and direct county staff to work with the city of DeLand and DeLand Little League to determine whether this property could be a viable long-term solution for youth sports in our community. At this stage, we simply want to open the door to evaluating the possibilities. We recognize that future projects must be evaluated in light of property tax revenue and other budget considerations. However, we also know there may be opportunities through grants, sponsorships, private companies, and public funding as well as community support to help make these developments for youth sports a reality and to help maintain them. Respectfully, I cannot stay for the remainder of the meeting because my children need to be in 2 different places this evening. However, I hope the council will consider providing direction to the staff regarding these 2 requests. Thank you again for your time and your willingness to listen.
Karen Anderson, and you'll be followed by Rosemary Latham.
Good evening. I want to talk about the end of Marsh Road in DeLand. That's where I live, North DeLand, out at that area. And if any of you are from this area and travel Marsh Road at all, it's beautiful. But being from DeLand my entire life, it's changed over the years. And now we're faced with large amounts of traffic at high speeds. We have semi vehicles cutting, instead of coming through town, they cut through Marsh Road. This morning, I was greeted with my trash can, my mailbox, and 5 other mailboxes in a row taken out by a speeder coming out of the corner off of EFG Orchids. If you're familiar with DeLand, you know where that is. And it's become a raceway. And I would just like to speak on behalf of myself, several of us in the area, speed bumps, just a few speed humps to slow it down, keep the semis off the road, and, kind of bring back a little bit of the beauty that DeLand has to offer for those of us who like to take slow drives and not fast ones. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Rosemarie, as you approach Catherine Pante, you will follow Rosemarie.
Chair Brower, Council, my name is Rosemarie Latham. I live in Southwest DeLand. The proposed homestead exemption ballot initiative to be voted on in November has caused some heated debate. Our legislators believe this decision should be placed in the hands of the voters. It is now the responsibility of the voters to educate themselves about exactly how this proposed amendment will directly affect each person's everyday life. One of the entities at risk for defunding due to this homestead exemption initiative is the library system. The Volusia County Public Library System is composed of 14 regional and community branch locations distributed throughout the county's major cities and communities. Technology services are provided, including public access to computers and Wi-Fi, office equipment including printing, photocopying, document scanning, and outgoing fax services. There is eLab instruction, which provides basic tech tutoring courses to aid residents with computing skills. There is digital and material borrowing involving traditional media checkouts, Wi-Fi hotspots, and Volusia Reads online apps. There are also community support programs. There are in-branch social workers with professional social service personnel standing on site to assist citizens in accessing shelter, health, and state welfare aid. There is a law library access. There are seed libraries with complementary distribution providing regional flower, agricultural, and herb seeds for community agriculture. There is Acuity Business Resources with premium organizational asset database tailored directly to support local small businesses. Educational and intergenerational support with early childhood literacy, continued lifelong learning, safe after-school environments. The library provides civic infrastructure and social inclusion. There is the Third Place Effect, providing a vital, non-commercial public space where people can gather and interact. There is community integration, bringing diverse populations together under one roof, connecting vulnerable populations to on-site social workers, housing resources, and public health programs. And there is civic engagement, serving as trusted neutral ground for local public forums, voting precincts, neighborhood association meetings, and community nonprofit events. A library serves as a critical community anchor that produces measurable social, economic, and educational benefits. Its presence alters the community dynamic across several key dimensions, and to lose a library would be to lose the heart of a community. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine Pante, and you will be followed by Roy Mattson.
Good afternoon, Council. Today, I am bringing to your attention yet another Florida county with a voter referendum requirement, Pinellas County. This requirement is found in Section 2.07 of the Pinellas County Charter titled Environmental Lands. Subsections D and E, Pinellas County also requires voter approval for leases exceeding 10 years. When will Volusia County staff attorneys stop insisting that a voter referendum protections cannot be applied to safeguard Volusia Forever conservation lands from being sold or converted to other uses? After all, it is only their opinion. These are facts. Multiple Florida counties and municipalities already have these protections in place. Florida charter counties have the constitutional authority to require voter approval before conservation land can be sold or repurposed. The issue is not whether it can be done legally. It is being done legally by 3 counties and 5 municipalities. The issue is whether the county is willing to relinquish its unilateral authority to sell or repurpose land that the residents paid for and voted to protect through self-imposed taxation. The people who funded these conservation lands deserve to have a voice in their future. Relinquishing your authority to the electorate is not considered a strict prohibition. It is a procedural guardrail. The residents of Volusia County paid for these lands. The county merely holds title in trust on behalf of the public. Volusia County residents who invested in preserving these lands deserve to have the final say if they are ever proposed for sale, conversion, or change to another use. If our elected representatives truly believe in protecting Volusia Forever lands, they should have no objection to allowing voters to decide via a referendum. Thank you.
Roy Mattson.
Good afternoon, Council. I'd like first of all to take a second and remember Tammy Jo Baker, who was killed at the Dunlawton Beach approach. I also want to give Clayton from the county and Chipwood a credit for dealing with this because this was a very difficult situation. Clayton put a lot of hours in trying to communicate with the public. I've done my research and looked at this in different ways, and one of my suggestions, and it's going to require the county council to look at this. The equipment that we put in the last year or so with the arm is a good idea in some ways. But now that somebody has gotten killed and hurt, how about we consider looking at tag readers? DOT, Sunbird, and all of them have it where a car can drive 70 miles an hour down the road, get their tag. Let's put an arch just like we have at International Speedway at each one and put the approach on it. The Dunlawton approach, because of Tammy Jo being killed, would be nice to see a memorial set up there for her by the honor of the council. But on top of that, we are able to read the tag. When they can read the tag at 10 miles an hour, it takes the safety of the people on A1A from getting in a wreck because the traffic keeps flowing. At the same time, it only requires a few less people to run these approaches. Of all the approaches that are the most dangerous, Granada, Seabreeze, International, Silver Beach, and Dunlawton. New Smyrna, basically, if you live in New Smyrna like me, when it's summertime, we don't call it New Smyrna Beach no more. We call it Orlando Beach because Orlando people just take it up. That could be that we will have to come up with a plan for over there. But the north side, another thing I like to bring up, I'm very proud of Jeff Brower for what he's been trying to do. Let's see if we can open up ISB to Seabreeze to allow the businesses to make money by allowing beach driving there and move that area from Granada to Cardinal, where Santo spent most of his day towing everybody out because of the red sand. If the Wildlife Commission for Federal will allow us to move that zone up there, let's do that because people get stuck up there. At night that we have a dog beach up there now, we have it in Daytona. But a little bit more revenue in that area will help all the businesses go a long way. And I believe if you look at the tag reader, it will be something that will save us a lot of money because mill shack have already been replaced because of Mother Nature. Water got it, the sand got it, and the air got it. Storm season's here, so think about looking. You're welcome to reach out to me at any time. You all know me personally, and I greatly appreciate your hard work.
Thank you very much for your comments. Gary Singleton? Is Gary here? I see movement. Gary, you'll be followed by Michelle Utter, and to close us out will be Wendy Anderson.
I'm Gary Singleton, a Volusia County resident. Not one of the 4 amendments serve Volusia County citizens or fix a problem worthy of a charter amendment. Glaringly absent is a charter amendment banning AI data centers being built in Volusia County. An amendment we, the people, can vote for knowing it will protect the citizens of this county. AI data centers will bring catastrophic consequences to the people while providing immense profit for a very select few. It will be Volusia County citizens who will suffer catastrophic consequences. We will be forced to pay for the substantial power grid infrastructure improvements. We will be forced to implement emergency programs to supplement our source of drinking water, the aquifer, and it will increase the risk of our properties being flooded.
Thank you. Michelle Utter.
How are you doing today? I know you've missed me. I've been at a lot of doctor's appointments lately, and I've been bothering a lot of people, so I hope I won't be bothering you today. Being vaccine injured, especially in the Volusia County, state of Florida, being ignored by our government, Governor DeSantis, Latipo. I have put in many complaints, and I have under the Sunshine Law 119, I have internal investigations done. And as someone that's vaccine injured, you don't want to put yourself out there, but I'm the only one so far that shows that I'm making spike in my body that does not come out no matter what kind of detox supplements you take. It's 1,981 days. It's pushing me into cancer, Alzheimer's, and I have more cardiac issues and more. So I'm counting my blessing and hoping that I can be here to be a thorn in everyone's side, and I know you love it when I come here. This has pushed me, after losing everything and my medical bills and being erased from the government and my city, my county, everywhere. It has pushed me into putting my own pro se in. It's on the federal dockets at the federal court, where I am suing Kennedy, Bhattacharya, well, McCary's gone, whoever has taken his place. It is in Pacer. You can look it up. I put it in May 14th, and so far it's going well. I'm hoping that's not going to be dismissed, but people need to know that my dying, I'm trying to speak out and help for future generations, and I hope by putting myself out there that it'll save somebody, and I hope one day somebody will remember me and also have a special day for me. If not, then I will be haunting a lot of people. With all of that being said, I know there's a lot going on and you've done a lot for me, but I also want to remind you that during the pandemic, there was a lot of money that was for the slush fund. And I know that I've written you all letters and you've seen it. Because I care about you, I'm not going to say what I was going to say. But there was a lot of spending, and people depended on that money to keep their lights on. $41 million were spent in internal revenue replacement, $3 million for internal public sector payroll, and also the county fairgrounds. All that money was spent, and there's a lot of people like me that have absolutely nothing. And there's people, another pandemic's going to come, and I just want you to realize where this money needs to go to and how you need to help people, because there's so many people like me that need your help. And our lives are worth more than just a building standing there. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Wendy Anderson.
Good afternoon. I'm Wendy Anderson. I live in District 1. We are now squarely in the middle of storm season. Meteorologists tell us we are experiencing a super El Nino this year. So whether or not we have a named storm or not, it is going to be a wet one. Are we ready? 2022 and 2024 were life-changing for individuals and for the county. Many of us heard at city commissions and this county council at this podium, hundreds and hundreds of individuals who lost everything in those storms that year, both of those years. Are we ready? Transform 386 has received almost $500 million, or the county has received almost $500 million into a program we've branded Transform 386 that is being used for buyouts of homes and for improvements of infrastructure. A lot of those projects are not yet in the ground yet. Are we ready? Has the county spent any of its stormwater money to clean out all of the canals that it is responsible for maintaining? I would like an update on this. One example is Deep Creek Diversion Canal out in Osteen. I heard from some residents who live out there yesterday who were very concerned because they still see lots of trees down in and across the canal. And they regularly experience several inches or feet of water on their properties. Is the county ready for this season's storms? Mosquito canals throughout the eastern portion of our county are also the county's responsibility. Most of these canals are undersized for the amount of water they currently are expected to drain from increasingly large impervious surfaces in our increasingly developed landscape. Has the county maintained those? Before we squeeze all of the blood out of next year's budget turnip, I ask, have we allocated enough funds for maintenance of our stormwater infrastructure, and in particular, our canals? Have we prepared our canals for this season's rainfall? I'd like an update on that, perhaps in closing comments today or some other time. Thank you.
Thank you all for your comments. What I'm about to say should be held to closing comments, but I'm afraid that Michelle won't be able to stay that long. And I know that this council agrees with me. Michelle, you don't bother us when you come here. We are truly sorry for what you go through. And I know that the staff here has worked really closely with you and helped wherever we can. Should there have been different spending things, thank you for bringing that to our attention with federal funds, COVID funds. But you are, you're always welcome to come here, and you're in our prayers. And thank you for standing up and being a fighter for all of those that are too weak to do it, physically weak. Thank you. Okay, that takes us to item 1, the approval of the agenda. And before I ask for a motion, I just want to bring to the council's attention that one item, item C, will be postponed until some future date unknown at this time at that person's or that organization's request. And then there is a good change on item B for the airport, where funding went up from $500,000 to $600,000 in 2 grants. I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that. So with that elimination of C, the change on B and the consent agenda, can I get approval?
Motion, Chairman, motion to approve the agenda as presented with the changes the chairman just mentioned.
Second.
Thank you. Motion by Troy Kent and second by Vice Chair Reinhardt. Any questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the agenda is approved 6-0. Okay, that takes us to the consent agenda. Does any council member have an item that they would like to have pulled for a vote?
Yes, Chairman. I'd like to pull several items. Items N, as in Nancy, item U, and then just to discuss, not to pull for a vote, item O.
Okay, O for discussion, N and U for a vote. Councilman Robbins?
I had item N, but it looks like Troy already.
A vote also? Okay.
Motion to approve the consent agenda, Chairman, absent items N and U.
Okay. All right, before we vote, we have 3 members of the public who would like to speak on the consent agenda. When I call your name and you come up to speak, please tell us the item. I think the first one is for item S, Gary Singleton. Gary, are you here? Oh, they're all 3 for Gary Singleton. You want to speak on items S, items U, and item AA. Well, yeah, they're all on the consent agenda, and that's what we're getting ready to vote on.
I know Troy made the motion.
I had you as a second.
We all got to do our share. Make cuts.
Okay. All right, Gary Singleton. Item S. When facing the loss of property tax revenue, the immediate reaction should be to review every line of the budget, prioritize essential services and capital improvements, and provide the greatest benefit and list those budget items that can be cut with the least impact on Volusia County citizens. An example that I'll use more than once would be to ask how our quality of life would be impacted if the citizens of Volusia County had to live without a motocross track. It is only after budget cuts have been made should you be searching for new ways to reach into the pockets of Volusia County citizens to fund both essential services, infrastructure, and projects that we could most certainly live without. It should not have taken loss of property tax revenue to force you to tighten your belts, but it is what it took, and it is where we are at now. Okay. Item U. Oh, this is the lien. Okay. In 2007, a lien was placed on the property owned by John Wilbur for $1,500. In 2008, a second lien was incurred by JRW Enterprises, a group of LLC, a group of investors, for $4,500. Those 2 liens totaling $6,000 were ignored by the owners for 19 years. Now the current property owner, Vero Atlantic LLC, another group of investors who did not cause the conditions that led to the original enforcement action, but still purchased a tax lien default sale in 2017, 9 years ago, with a $19,000 lien, has requested a reduction of the amount of money owed to Volusia County citizens. That's $19,000 now. What was it 9 years ago when they purchased the property in 2017? One citizen and 2 corporations chose to ignore 2 liens now totaling $19,000 for 19 years. Now the current corporate owner wants a reduction in what he owes to Volusia County citizens. Of course, staff recommends forgiving the debt owed to Volusia County citizens. Of course, a majority of this council is expected to show favor for a corporation at the expense of your citizens, the people who are owed that money. That is how a pro-development, pro-corporation culture within our government expresses itself. Volusia County citizens should be the first consideration, although we are now not even a part of the equation. And that ends that. This will be item AA, capital project schedule. It should not take the prospect of lost revenue to force an examination of each and every project's cost-benefit ratio. Each and every project should be reviewed and evaluated as to the impact of canceling that project would bring.
An example of that would be, what would be the impact of having to live in Volusia County, you guessed it, without a motocross track? Again, when faced with loss of property tax revenue, the immediate response by a responsible council would be to review each and every project for its essential value. List in order of essential to public safety and welfare. Which improvements will provide the best value for citizens and which projects will provide the least essential value to the fewest citizens. It should be clear which pet project I would like to see cut first from the budget, but how many others will go unnoticed.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor to approve the consent agenda except for items N and U, which Mr. Singleton just spoke on. They will be voted on separately. And then after the vote, we can discuss item O, if that's satisfactory with you, Councilman Kent. You wanted O discussed?
It is
Okay.
satisfactory, yes.
Okay. All in favor of the consent agenda except for items N and U, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Mr. Brower, can you confirm who made the second?
Vice Chair? I'm the only one that heard it. I think you might have been thinking it. Okay, let's just, are you here for which item?
And, sir?
Okay. Go ahead with N.
Can I start, Chairman?
Sure.
Just so he doesn't, we haven't talked about it. He has no idea what my issue is or where I'm going with it. And I don't know that I have an issue, Dr. Burball. I very well, quite possibly will vote yes on this. It was just the sticker shock, I guess, for me of almost $500,000 for playground equipment. But as I dove into this a little deeper, is this more of a limitless playground for kids with disabilities so that they can participate with their peers on very similar playground equipment? And I ask that just because I have my fingerprints all over one in Ormond Beach next to the sports complex, and it's wildly popular, and it's really a heartwarming thing to see kids with disabilities being able to use the exact same equipment as others. So that's my question. Is that why this price tag is so bloated and outrageous for playground equipment?
So the equipment, there's also the exit door that we're using requires a ADA sidewalk that kind of rounds a retention pond, so that's added cost to the project. But yes, certainly, the all-inclusive playground costs more money.
Dr. Burball, thank God I thought I heard you just say that there are some fail-safes in place to keep kids away from a retention pond.
Yes, sir.
Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Absolutely. But this is, again, all-inclusive playground. It shows in the agenda item. We heard that from council previously, that that's a priority. It shows you how they are all-inclusive and work together, so kids of all abilities can work together. It's also 85% grant funded, this entire project.
Yeah, and that comes direct ECHO funds, is that correct?
ECHO and federal CDBG dollars.
Okay. Whose fingerprints are on this from staff? You and Mr. Bailey?
Actually, Ms. Coley, Lucinda Coley, our library director.
Yeah, nice work on this. I'm not crazy about the price tag, but I am crazy about what it will afford our kids in Volusia. No more questions from me, Chairman.
Would you like to make a motion? Do you have a question or a comment?
Both.
Both? Okay, go ahead, Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Brad, and I'll echo the same as Mr. Kent. I was a little shocked too with the sticker price on some of this stuff, but I understand why. Do we have what's there now, and what are its limits?
So it's a parking area that's not truly designated as a parking area. There's some concrete. But this is an interesting story. This lot that was bought directly behind, so directly to the east of the library, was bought by the Friends of the Library in the early 2000s for future parking and potential play yard.
Okay. And I was just going through it, and like Mr. Kent, had some questions about this, and I was looking at I was going down the pirate ship, the dolphin, all this stuff, all good stuff. My only request is double check some of these and triple check them. There's 2 signs in there that we can probably make in-house, but they're charging us about $800 a piece. I know that's chump change in the grand scheme, but that's an indicator too that there may be some. So please just check on that.
Absolutely.
The same thing can be accomplished literally with a 4x4 post that gives like CO2 emissions for the equipment, in 5 through 12. So I don't think we need to be, you get the point. I think it's good. We're using Echo Grants, Council, but this is one of the things too that I was going to bring up, until this tax referendum settles or we see where everything settles, just to be mindful of this, but I don't see how we can say no, especially if it's coming from grants and whatnot. So thank you, Brad.
Yes, sir.
Chairman, motion to approve item N on the consent.
Second.
And the motion to approve is made by Councilman Kent and a second by Councilman Robbins. Any other questions or discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Item N, any opposed? And item N is passed 6-0. And then we have item U.
Chairman, can I go ahead and jump in on this one as well?
Please do.
So I don't like these. Just going to put that out there for everybody. I don't like lien reductions. I feel like the neighbors that had to deal with the eyesore deserve something. But I have a couple questions. First of all, where did the 12% interest per year come from? And maybe that's a legal question. I'm not sure, Mr. Dyer, if you or one of the other staff members can jump in. But, the gentleman whom I don't know spoke earlier on item U, this lien reduction. The total amount is $19,074.27. There were 2 liens, one in 2007, one in 2008. The new owner was asking for a total reduction from all of the interest and just wanted to pay the 2 liens. And staff very smartly decided to say, no, we're going to follow what we've been doing. But instead of paying the full lien, we're going to ask you of $6,000 and some change to pay $9,342. So where'd this 12% come from?
Chris Ryan, Assistant County Attorney. I believe it's in Chapter 58 of our code.
Okay. And then who is Brian Nickel? And I ask because they're coming to us for a lien reduction. Who is Brian Nickel and Vero Atlantic 2 LLC?
Brian Nickel is the representative for Vero Atlantic 2. They purchased the property, I believe it was from Tarpon 4 LLC, which was essentially a holding company. They own a number of properties throughout the county that they've purchased, usually through tax deed sales. And then essentially in the past, I've noticed the history of them letting them lapse. So this new company, the representative came in front of CLCA, asked for a reduction, and said they want to bring the property back to productive use within the county again.
And what use do they want to bring the property up to? I'm just curious. What do they want to do?
I believe they want to build on it, but they didn't get into specifics.
No specific. And this is up in my neck of the woods, up in Ormond Beach, 1971 Carolina Avenue, Ormond Beach, off of Nova Road. So we're not sure what they're going to build. I don't blame them for asking for the reduction. Council, I'm not crazy about reducing. I mean, this has been going on 19, 20 years, and the neighbors have had to deal with, let's just call it what it is, nonsense. They had to deal with living next to nonsense for a long time, and they're taxpayers just like the rest of us are. Unless somebody can convince me up here to reduce this down to $9,342, I am going to be a no vote on this because I think the residents of Volusia County deserve the full $19,074.27. But my mind's open. One of you may say something up here that's going to change my mind and convince me to do it otherwise. This has been going on for 20 years. Is Mr. Brian Nickel and Vero Atlantic 2 LLC, are they backing out of this deal if they don't get what they want here? And how is that detrimental to the county?
Okay. Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Kent, I'm not going to try and convince you out of it. I'm with you. I sat on a code enforcement board for the city of Daytona, worked for code enforcement for the city of New Smyrna prior to becoming to council, after that other place I worked that I won't mention. David always takes offense to that. So, but no, I'm with you. Now, we've had situations like this in the past with Daytona, where we had individuals that walked in and bought a piece of property. They were made aware of it. Everybody's made aware of it when they purchase a property. Everybody is. So you're fully aware of what you're walking into and what you're purchasing. Again, don't blame them for asking. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. But until I don't see them here, are they? No. Okay, so they're not even here. So how important is it? I'll go back with what you said. What's important to you is important to me. They're not here. So I know that it was mentioned by Mr. Singleton earlier that we would probably agree to this, and I beg to differ. We don't. So, and I take exception to that, but we don't. And so there's two of at least that will be a no on this. Thank you, Chair.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I sit here and think about process, Troy, right? And I thought about this too, and I first default into the angry somewhat. Why is this person even asking, for this? And then when you dive deeper in it, right, there's precedent. So that means that we've sent the message in the past that what the staff recommendation is what we've done in the past. So there's an expectation somewhat to make the ask based on historical performance of this council. So, I think back at that. So we've signaled this as a body, maybe not us, but the council in the past. So that gives me a little bit of a pause. And to our staff, Mr. Chair, if I may ask a question, the request to ask for a reduction, is that a ordinance or is that a state law where the person has that capability of doing that?
That is in our ordinances, sir.
So our ordinances say you can ask for this reduction, and we've acted on it in the past. So if I would suggest this, if this council wants to take a hard stance that we don't do any reductions, then maybe we ought to change our ordinance and send a clear message to anyone in the future, whether the existing property owner or someone who's going to buy a property in the future that has liens on it, knows that under no circumstances there a policy for them to ask for a reduction. If that's the position we want to take, because that's kind of sort of what I heard, right? And I'm kind of like, I don't know where I'm at with that because I'd like to hear more. So, and then let's think about why fines are in place. Fines are in place to get people in compliance. That's really the threat. That's the hammer, right? And the government's role should ultimately be, how do we get someone into compliance to follow our code and to eliminate the eyesore or the nuisance, whatever the violation is. I'm split on this, guys, mainly because of the precedent and our ordinance. But I'm open to the discussion also. We want to change the ordinance going forward. You remember, you know me pretty well. I'm a process guy. And I don't care the name of the owner, folks. Michael, whatever. I treat everybody the same, regardless who owns it. I try to shy away from the name of the owner, and I'm not trying to beat up on you, my friend. I try to stay blind of that. I'm not an attorney or a judge, so I like to treat that, that justice is blind, right? That concept. And then I think you're fair to everyone and apply it to everyone equally. So I don't know where I stand, my friend, for those main reasons. But I'd like to hear more.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. That's an interesting. I think there's two sides to this whole thing, David. If they're going to buy it, they're most likely going to improve it. If I buy something, I'm not going to let it sit there and rot and continue to deteriorate and accrue fines and be negative on my community. I'm sure there's other people out there that are not like that, but I think we can all say that we're probably pretty good stewards with that. There's two options here, really. Either change the ordinance, which I don't know if I could support, because there's always exceptions to policy. You can't go past any property in Volusia County, including government property, and not find something wrong with it or something to complain about or something that's not in code. It is what it is. But there's two options here. We can discourage people from getting involved in buying these properties and cleaning them up and let it remain in poor shape, degrade a neighborhood, continue to be an eyesore, or work with the business community or people that want to invest. Imagine if we didn't give breaks on Beach Street. Imagine if we didn't give some incentives or some leniency or exception to policy on A1A. It would still be like it would be 30, 40 years ago in that chain. So I think we have to look a little bit past the coming down. There's a time and a place for a heavy hand, the government come down with a heavy hand. So we can either let it continue being an eyesore, not collect our maximum amount of potential or taxes on it, or we can work with whoever the new investor is, which I don't think we should punish sometimes, for the actions of the prior. So I think we should be careful with what kind of future precedents we put here. I'm okay with the 9,000 some odd dollars if they're going to put it on the tax rolls, and we're going to have some new people in there. I think they should have a fair shot. So, yeah, I'll be a yes.
County Manager George Rechtenwald.
Yeah, just trying to add a little history. This came from previous councils, and Mr. Robbins is right on point for where it came from. We had a backlog of properties at various times that sit, and if they just wait on the lien and the interest builds, they become almost unsellable, unmovable. And it was, I think, a tool that was put forth to try and move along some of these properties. And the formula that they brought forth to you was something that was approved at that time to make sure that we got our money out of it if we had to demolish or if we had to do any kind of work on it. That part stayed. And then I believe the flexibility was in the area of the penalty and interest. So again, if council wants to take a different stance and change that ordinance, that's fine with us, but I just wanted to give a little history of why it came around, because you had properties that sat and sat and sat for a generation possibly, and then someone would actually, want to move it, but they'd say, I can't now with all the costs and stuff that are on it. So that's it.
Councilman Kent.
Chairman, I've said it before and I'll say it again. It's one of the reasons I love local government and politics, is because we get to hear from the people that put us in these rented seats, and we get to hear from each other. And David, I always enjoy your insight into things. But the ordinance says, I believe, you can reduce. It doesn't say you must reduce or you will reduce. You can reduce. And I'm not saying that 100% of the time I will always be a hardliner on it, but I guess I'll publicly say 99.9% of the time I'm going to be a pretty hardliner on these things. The county had to incur a cost for this in 2007 and 2008. And with that cost, there's interest involved in that the taxpayers that we all paid for with this, and the reason I mention the name is because it's on the application. It's right there. I don't know who this person, I don't know who Brian Nickel is. I don't know who Vero Atlantic 2 LLC is. And it doesn't matter. It wouldn't matter if it was my next door neighbor. I'd be having the same hard line of, hey, Miss Chris, my next door neighbor, by the way, sweet lady, you purchased this and you knew that there were some issues encumbered in this property. And you thought it was a good idea to buy it then. So I think it's a good idea to make the taxpayers whole. Mr. Robbins, I appreciate your 2 cents on this. I'm not saying anybody is wrong on it. I just know that where I stand on it, not 100% of the time, but 99.9, I'm probably going to land on this side of it. So I'm still a no.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. And I respect your opinion, always. Do I try sometimes? Absolutely, right? That's the job. I talked about that and I brought up the code and the precedent, mainly because, Matt and Troy, I felt that the position was more of a very strong, absolutely not under any circumstances, right? And, they owe this money to the government and this is our process and this is that, right? And I wanted to share for thought process and discussion to say, well, there's precedents, right, which we discuss, and there's code, which signifies to the people that they have the capability of, like you said, you can ask. It's not a guaranteed ask. And to the public that haven't talked to the numbers, this is still a sizable amount. It's $9,000. that this new property owner is going to pay, and it does include interest to the government. So there is a $3,362.58 that they're paying in interest on top of the fine that was accrued during the time that they were in violation of our code. So if there is times that we should consider it, maybe this is it. Because what other facts can be inserted? Because this person wasn't the person who was the violator. This person has purchased it to take it out of violation and invest and increase the tax rolls. So there's another net benefit to the work that this individual is going to be doing. So, and I'm going to assume it was a beautification thing. I don't know what the problem was, but I can't remember. But they're fixing the problem, they're paying interest, and they're going to add value future to our tax rolls. If there's not a case, and they weren't responsible for the violation. So unless I heard anything that says that this person doesn't deserve the right, other than that, this is the government's money, I think we should, and there's precedents. And I wouldn't want to change the code, but I brought that up for the fact that the code is our signal so that people can read and make a decision. So, yeah. And so I would approve this, council, because I think it's a fair request, and the taxpayers are getting interest on it, and we're improving the county ultimately. And as a matter of fact, I'd love to send a signal also to this. I don't know if they're an investor or what. Buy other blighted properties in our county that may be in violation and improve them, right? Like Danny was saying, let's fix some of the problems that might be out there where we have some slum owners, I'll use that term, that are making our county a lot low property. So, Michael, whatever that was, buy more. And let's send a signal. Let's beautify Volusia and improve it more. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not for changing the ordinance either, because I agree with what you just said. Each one is different. Each one should be, the decision should be made on its own merits. But Troy, you've got me thinking about something else, and I think I'm with you on this. When I first went through this item, I thought, well, the county's made the right decision. They're kind of meeting them halfway. But then I started to think, we have an issue in DeLeon Springs with a property that is running a business based on the county ordinance that we passed for home-based businesses. It's a good ordinance, and we did the right thing in passing it. Unfortunately, the owner's just given us the finger on what can be done, and they do whatever they want. And code enforcement goes out there time and time again. They're usually refused access to the property, but liens are stacking up. And I keep wondering, why don't they care? Why don't they care that they have all these liens? Well, they don't have to worry about it until they sell. And if we keep getting rid of the liens when they sell, they don't ever have anything to worry about, and so they can sell their property with ease. So I'm wondering if maybe this is where we do need to draw the line and say if you're ignoring the law, you're affecting adversely your neighborhood for whatever the reason is, yeah, there's a price to be paid when you break the law. So the liens start stacking up, and then I think we just stumbled on the problem why nobody worries about liens. And because they'll just sell the property and then they can get them forgiven later on. So that's where I am right now. Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Quick question before I comment.
Yes, sir.
When the lien is in place, how long is it in place for?
20 years.
20 years, correct?
Yes,
That's
sir.
what I thought I remember from my code enforcement days. So, and that goes into my statement. I'm still a no, guys, but I appreciate what you brought to the table, and same with you, Mr. Robbins. But one important thing that always I'm reminded of the whole time we're having the conversation, when we had those situations in Daytona, and I keep referring to that because of the example it sets, they were here to argue that. They were here. They were present from that podium to say, this is why I want it released, because I didn't know, or whatever the case was. And we actually had specifically one time where the individual said, we denied the reduction, and they said, well, I got 10 more years, and then it'll go away. That's the mindset, that if they can hold on to it for 20 years. You just heard it from the attorney. That the lien is only in place for 20 years. They'll wait it out until the lien is gone. So there was no way to capture the money anyways. So, and more importantly, like I said, they were here to argue it. That's where I keep going back to. Thank you, Chair.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chairman. I hope and pray that none of us ever have to go through this process and ever have a lien on our properties for whatever reason. Council, this now is a vacant piece of land. It did have a structure on it. Staff, that was demolished, right? And who paid for that? Did we pay for that?
Yes.
What should that demolition cost us?
Well, the securing of the property was $4,920, and then the demo was $14,000. So at the time.
So
yeah.
So just for clarification, were those numbers correct? What he just said? I thought it was one was like 1,500 and one was 4,900 or something.
That's my understanding as well. The securing of the property initially was the 1,500, and then the demolition was the 4,479.
Right. Yeah, I think that was just an error in speaking.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I did the total. I'm sorry.
Ray, you scared me there. Guy, right now, I think the problem, and I appreciate us getting deep in this, but the problem was rectified. The structure's out of there. Right now, I looked up the tax bill. It's $1,000. It can increase here if they build something on it. $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, if not more. I get it. I get holding folks responsible, but are we really helping the constituents? What are we going after? It's going to be hurting us in the long run. We're not collecting revenue on it. So do we it's vacant now. I think we need to capitalize on this and move on. That's just my opinion. It's getting crazy.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, I agree with Danny. I would point out that back in 2005, this property was worth, I'm looking at the tax assessor's, tax appraiser's office as well, but it said back in 2005, this was worth $125,000. That's what the property was tax assessed. Apparently, before whatever calamity happened that caused it to warrant the building to be torn down, and then it was ultimately sold to these people for $7,900 in 2017. So I don't know what happened, but apparently it was something that, and like you said, it's a vacant piece of property. It doesn't, just from the aerials, it doesn't look like it's in a high rent district, so to speak. I mean, it looks like it might be a depressed area. I don't know, but the values aren't that high right now. I'd like to see them improve it and make it better. Obviously, they're not adverse to sitting on it because they've been sitting on it for 9 years, and they may let it just sit for another 11 years waiting out the lien, like Matt pointed out. Now we got, a piece of property that's sitting idle for 11 more years because they're sitting out this judgment. I'd rather incentivize them to be able to give us a break. Zillow has this appraised at $66,000. The tax assessor has it assessed at $60,000. So a third of its value right now is eaten up by penalties and interest. So I agree. We should cut them a break. I mean, we offer all kinds of financial incentives to other businesses to lure them into the community to develop jobs. And, by building this, it might be adding jobs for local contractors. I don't know, but I'm in favor of cutting them a break just because it's not like it's $1 million asset and they're looking to just take pennies off of it. It's something that a majority of its value, unfortunately, is tied up in liens and fines. So I think if we can cut them a break on this to encourage development and not let it sit for another 9 years empty, I'd be in favor of it. Thanks.
You want to hear from the chief financial officer first, or?
Nope.
Okay.
Okay. He gave me the plea.
I'm only here to correct the record so that the audience.
Okay. Ryan Oselson.
That's the right numbers. The liens were attached to the agenda item. First of all, it was $1,500 for boarding up or securing the structure, and the cost of demolition was $4,072, not $14,000. It was $4,072, and $407.20 for other costs incurred by the county. So the total principal amount was what was stated earlier, which was $5,979. That was the cost incurred by the county. $14,000 was a misstatement.
Plus the $3,300 in interest at the staff recommendation.
That interest recommendation is the CPI amount, which basically brings those costs up to today's dollars.
Sure.
So it equalizes to today's dollars.
Understood. And I'll just, I was going to wrap up, Danny.
No, wrap it up.
Yeah.
Hopefully your
And
head's going in the right
I'll just
spot.
say
I'm
this.
falling asleep.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, so we might be 3-3. But I'll just say to Mr. Reinhardt, and if Troy's interested, the 20-year argument supports why we should work with people. Otherwise, it could sit in blight. So I think this is the right thing to do for this particular property, and we shouldn't punish this owner. With that, Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the reduction in fine as the staff recommendation.
Okay, Councilman Santiago makes a motion to take the county's recommendation of the reduced fine to $9,342. Second was by Councilman Robbins. And comment on that, Councilman Troy Kent.
Yeah, just briefly, Chairman, to Mr. Santiago, and why do I try to help the other side sometimes? But David, do you really want to make that motion and not a motion to continue? Because if this goes 3-3, it fails and I win, and I love winning. But we don't have a full dais up here, and with Jake up here, of course, we have no idea where he'd go with it, but I'm not trying to, I guess I am trying to help a little bit, but there's a reason it's an odd number up here, and I'm going to win if your motion continues the way it is. And I'm okay with winning, don't get me wrong.
Can I respond, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Councilman Santiago.
Yeah, listen, and that's why I like the process, like you said. So, there's a possibility I could have voted no on my own motion. And motion to reconsider when there's a seventh person here, right? So, but with that being said, if you're okay with a tabling, I'm okay with the tabling too, because in effect, it's the same thing. So, and Mr. Chair, we're deadlocked, and maybe it gives an opportunity for the applicant to come and speak before us, because some of it asked for it. So, I withdraw my motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
And I'd like to make a new motion to table this item to the next regularly scheduled meeting.
Okay. So the motion is to reschedule to a time certain the next scheduled meeting. The same seconder, Councilman Robbins, is in favor of that. Any other comments, questions? Then the vote is for tabling this. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank God. And that passes 6-0.
Chairman, I know we're going to the next one, but I love that debate we just had, because I do think it also sends a message to not only staff, but to the community as well about where all of us stand, actually.
And to the code enforcement people, it's very frustrating for them when they go out and check out a property and they're sometimes toothless with liens. I know you do. Item 3, did she? Oh, yeah. We're still on consent agenda?
Chairman, I was just going to briefly speak on O. That was the one I just wanted to.
Okay.
So I just wanted to speak on O because we had some good debate on item N, spending $441,000 on playground equipment, and that's mostly grant money. But here we're using county money, $138,000, on redoing a whole basketball court and a tennis court, which I thought staff, excellent job. I mean, $138,000 for doing that kind of work. I just wanted to show the comparison between apples and apples here of, two types of different playgrounds, but what a great job, Tim and George, on, the cost of concrete nowadays. But to get something like that, and I believe this is over in Osteen, yeah, very, very, very positive and a good thing. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Now we'll move to item 3, which shouldn't take that long. But the Honorable Lisa Lewins is in the chambers with us, and the Supervisor of Elections Office has received honorable mention for the Cleary Award. She brought her own for innovative early voting that can actually be counted in less than 3 weeks.
Yes, Kendrick, you come up here. Okay, good afternoon. I am Lisa Lewis, Supervisor of Elections, and with me is Kendrick Thomas, who is my operations manager, and it is thanks to him that he submitted this for hopefully getting an award, which we did. Honorable mention, but we have nowhere to go but up now. So we were recently recognized by the United States Election Assistance Commission with an honorable mention Cleary Award, and the Cleary Award recognizes election offices around the state for their innovative ideas in making it better for people to vote, easier access. So we're quite proud of that. But more importantly is because we partnered with the county IT department to do this. So I wanted to give some kudos, accolades to them because they were a huge part of this. And we're so thankful that we do have this collaboration with the county and the IT. John Bailey, I saw him earlier. Is he still here? Okay, well, John Bailey, the IT director, and most specifically, Brandon Barnett and Patrick Ricker, they are your GIS gurus if you don't know. They have assisted us with this, and what this did was to help us, and they analyzed the 2024 general election data to better understand voter access to early voting sites. Where are they coming from? Which early voting sites are they voting at? With that being said, we are now opening a 9th early voting site due to this data. Plus, since we moved from the south end of town, which helped us access the Orange City voters and south end of DeLand, we're now on the north end, we need one down in that area. So we're opening up at the Sanborn Center in partnership with the city to have early voting there. So because of this study and this geospatial analytics that they did, it has helped us to know we do need one down there. So, all that being said, I can't thank them enough, but you also need to know that they assist us with our mapping and redistricting, and oh yes, redistricting again. Because if you're following anything, Volusia County did their redistricting, then Daytona Beach did redistricting. Then Daytona Beach had to change their redistricting, and again. So with their help, we have been able to keep all the voters up to date, the voter rolls and whatnot. So I thank them, I thank you, and most specifically, I have to thank the county manager, Mr. Rechtenwald. I'm going to take a minute to give him some accolades because he always gives us county employees to help with elections. Election day, during early voting, the day before, delivering equipment. We could not do it without them. And as you know, it is an election year this year, so we will be calling again. So I just wanted a minute of your time, and for everybody, the public that's listening online, that's here in the audience, to know that we have a great county. We do, and we all work together, and I appreciate everybody. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilman Troy Kent.
Madam Supervisor, would you come back up, please? Madam Supervisor, first of all, congratulations on the award that you received. And you run a very efficient, tight, lean operation, and the voters have appreciated that of you time and time again. So thank you for that. But I wanted to thank you for sharing something I didn't know until you just said it. I'm a fan of George Rechtenwald, and I've mentioned here publicly many times he has an uncanny way of putting the right people in the right positions. But I had no idea that he gives you help in the way that you did with boots on the ground.
Yes.
And I love that he's able to do it, number one, but then that he does do it to make sure that it is a seamless operation. So congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Can I get a motion to approve this award?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Vice Chair Reinhardt and second came from Troy Kent. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And we approve of your awards unanimously, 6-0. Proclamations. We will present one in chamber this time for the Charter Review Committee, and it will be presented by Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, before I call everybody up, I want to thank you publicly for all the hard work that you've done. This is not a very easy task. I know from conversations I've had with many of you prior to the commission coming in, I guess Mark knew I was going to call him out, so he left real quick, didn't he? Yeah, he had to know. Oh, sure he does. No, I'm just kidding. So, but I did want to thank you very much. It was, regardless of the outcome, it's still a lot of hard work and a lot of discussion, a lot of time, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears went into it, and I can't thank you enough for all the hard work you did. Yes, Judge, even you. So I appreciate that. So without further ado, I'm going to read it from up here because, Pat, you want him up here, or when do you want to do that? You call the ball. You want me to read it first? Okay.
She's taking over.
She is taking. I let Pat take over. So I'd normally come down there, but Pat Northey and Ben Johnson scare me, so I'm not going to do that. Okay, maybe Judge Clayton does too. Yeah. Okay, without further ado, whereas on June 30th, 1970, Volusia County voters approved the Home Rule Charter in defining moment that united a fragmented county under one government and laid the foundation for a council-manager form of government. And whereas, when the charter was implemented in 1971, it set a precedent as Volusia County becoming one of the first counties in Florida to adopt home rule powers following the passage of the 1968 Florida Constitution. And whereas today more than 75% of Floridians live in the state's 20 charter counties like Volusia, these charter counties possess broader powers of local self-government compared to non-charter counties, which are restricted by general or special state law. And whereas the diverse 15-member 2026 Charter Review Commission was led by Chair Mark Watts and Vice Chair Pat Northey, and included Jennifer Bright, James Clayton, Ben Johnson, Nathaniel Ingram, Kelly Quietek, Dwight Lewis, Amy Manuzzi, Ken Parker, Nick, I'm going to butcher your name, I know it, Nicholas Sagnowski, Suzanne Schreiber, Christopher Tolland, Billy Wheeler, and Stephanie Walford. And whereas the commission worked diligently through 2026 and met 24 times, thoroughly to evaluate the county charter and recommend amendments to be placed on the 2026 ballot that will ensure a high quality of life and responsive governance in Volusia County's future. Now, therefore, we, the County Council of Volusia County, Florida, do hereby proclaim June 16, 2026 as Volusia County Charter Day in Volusia County and urge all residents to familiarize themselves with the county's foundational document and thank the citizens who served on the Charter Review Commission. Thank you for a job well done. I told Mary to switch up the.
Okay, let's get a couple people to come up front. Pat and Billy and Jennifer, will you come up, be in the front row? Okay.
I'm a little slow right now.
Yeah.
Okay, County Council, take a big step to your right. No, only them. You guys are good. Okay, there you are. Wait a minute, I'm getting there. Smile. Okay, one more, guys. Very good. Thank you.
Yes. In just a second, we got one person that wants to speak on it too. Before everyone leaves, we need a motion and a second to approve the proclamation, and we do have one member of the public, Mayor of Daytona Beach Shores, who would like to speak on this item.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Vice Chair Reinhardt. Is there a second? And a second by Councilman Kent. Nancy Miller, would you like to come speak on the item?
Hi, Nancy Miller, Daytona Beach Shores, District 2. Vice Chair, I didn't even know you were doing that proclamation, but I saw this booklet, and I just had a couple words to say about the charter review. Remember, it all started with you. I just want to applaud each and every one of you for the diverse background, the expertise for the people that each one of you recommended to be on this charter review. Without your recommendation, it wouldn't have happened. Listened to a couple of them, attended one, but what time and effort and thought and dedication that they put into it. I hope I'm not stealing your words. I had them written down first. But anyway, I just want to thank citizens of Volusia County that give of themselves, that care enough about our community to move this forward. And I want to thank each and every one of them for their hard work, their time, their dedication, and the love of this county. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilman. County Manager George Rechtenwald.
Yes, sir. At this time, I'd actually like to ask Ken Parker, because the item was really about our charter itself. So I'd like him to come up because this is about the anniversary of the Volusia County Charter, and he has some specific words he wanted to say.
My name is Ken Parker. I live in Port Orange. It's my privilege to be in front of you today representing the Florida City County Management Association and the International City County Management Association. We'd like to congratulate Volusia County on 55 years of operating under our charter form of government. If you go back to 1970, when there were 22 members appointed to draft that charter, there was no template for Florida of what county charter would look like. And once the voters in Volusia County adopted it, it became the template that other counties used to develop their charters. Secondly, there was no template for how it would be implemented. And Volusia County became the model for how did you implement a charter form of government under the Florida Constitution. So congratulations to Volusia County. I kind of have an unusual perspective. I have known and I have worked with every one of your county managers. I had the privilege of also knowing many of those that were under the original Charter Commission and have gleaned a lot of information about the county charter from those individuals during my many years of service here in Volusia County. So I have a sort of an unusual perspective of it. But on behalf of the two associations, we just wanted to come and say, congratulations for Volusia County. You were the pioneers. You were the ones who set the example for the entire state of Florida. So we wanted to come and just celebrate that with you today. I do have a certificate that I would like to present to you on behalf of the two associations, recognizing this council and the past councils for their diligence under the Volusia County Charter. So thank you.
George, do you have any closing words?
No, sir. I think we covered it.
You're good? All right. We have a motion and a second to accept and approve of the recognition. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? That also passes 6-0 unanimously. And item 5, third public hearing and presentation on amendments to the Volusia County Home Rule Charter by Russ Brown.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of council. Russ Brown, Deputy County Attorney, here before you tonight for the third and final public hearing for your Charter Commission's 5 recommended amendments to put on the ballot. Unless there's any questions, I'll turn it over and we can have the public comment period of the hearing unless anybody has any questions about the 5 amendments that you know well. At the end of the public comment period for this third and final meeting, we will need a motion to approve the resolution placing the items on the referendum for the ballot.
Okay, thank you. We do have several members of the public that care to speak. First up is John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Beachside, Daytona Beach. If we don't speak, it doesn't get in the record. And I want it known that for a reason, we decided to have a vote on who should be the chair of the county council. Being a history person, knowing history, families like the Daly family in Chicago, the Henry family in Daytona Beach, when certain groups control the council, then it's basically a rubber stamp. So we were lucky. We got a really good first chairman. I knew Frank Bruno personally, and I thought he did a great job. For the most part, we've had great county chairs, and all of them elected by the residents of Daytona Beach, Ormond Beach. All 17 municipalities all got together and chose one person. When we choose, I don't know, I guess there's 400,000 voters. It's kind of a general statement. When 6 or 7 guys get together and they vote for one of them their own, it doesn't really come out the same way. So publicly, I would like all of Volusia County to continue voting as a block for who we think as a whole community, rather than a select few, who should be the chair. And secondly, with regard to the Echo and Volusia Forever, as Don says, no, I did not read all gazillion papers and ideas and takes on what Volusia Forever meant. But the general consensus was that these properties were going to be maintained basically forever unless, and I believe it was intended, the community decided it was needed for something else. Not just a few, 7 people deciding, but all 400,000 of us deciding by majority vote whether we should get rid of a land or not. So when we protect land, it's meant to be protected. I don't like a select few of 7 making that decision. Those are my 2 issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy Manizzi.
Amy Munizzi, De Leon Springs. It's unfortunate that Mark Watts was not able to stay for that proclamation because he was a major reason why we were a success. Much has been said on social media about the members of our Charter Review Commission, in particular references to non-existent developers. In truth, we had 3 from the healthcare profession, a financial analyst, a financial planner, a retired judge, a retired sheriff, a retired law enforcement officer, a corrections educator, 1 retired from the oil industry, a retired city manager, a nonprofit community advocate from the rural area, 1 from the city, an insurance executive, and a land use attorney, Mark Watts, who served as our chairman. Mark Watts is not a social media personality, and he's not a fabricated profile. Mark is a native son of Volusia County with deep roots here. Mark attended McGinnis Elementary School in De Leon Springs, and he worked hard through high school. He graduated from Florida State University with a degree in international affairs, and he earned his Juris Doctorate from Stetson University College of Law to become one of the finest land use attorneys in the state of Florida. It was my privilege to nominate Mark to serve as the chairman of the Charter Review Commission, and he was elected unanimously by his fellow commissioners. Why? Because Mark Watts had the institutional knowledge of serving with distinction on the previous Charter Review Commission, and who is known for his ability to collaborate thoughtfully, respectfully of the opinion of others, and has the ability to bring a group to consensus successfully. Mark Watts' resume and reputation is quite impressive, but I want to tell you about my personal story. When I first started as a volunteer advocate 17 years ago for the neglected community of De Leon Springs, it was Mark Watts who helped shepherd us through what it would take to get clean water to our community after a disastrous fuel plume that polluted our water supply. It was Mark Watts who navigated me through environmental issues, and Mike Snopstyler from Cobb Coal, who helped us work with the state of Florida to obtain 2 brownfield area designations. That was unheard of for any unincorporated area of Volusia County. And it was all done at no charge to our community because that's who Mark Watts is. I'm sure he's embarrassed by this. I'm sure he's glad he left already. His outstanding qualifications and humble character always precede him. But for anybody who engages in the falsehoods of the social media bullies, they should reconsider this information that I just said and thank Mark for volunteering his valuable, impartial talents and wisdom to the citizens of Volusia County. Thank you.
Wendy Anderson. And you will be followed by Gary Singleton.
Thank you. I'm Wendy Anderson. I live in District 1. A month ago, I stood in front of you during the first hearing, and I read to you some language out of the state statute that defines public purpose. And there were several land uses that were listed in the state statute that should have given each and every one of us serious pause. And so I'm here today to talk about the 5th proposed amendment, and to tell you that I still have serious heartburn over the 3rd section or the 3rd element of that 5th amendment. And I just took a screenshot of it so I could get the exact language here. But what do we have here? We have this section shall not apply when the property is being used for a public purpose by the county. And it goes on to say some things about eminent domain by the state and the federal government. I'm not concerned about that. I'm really concerned that this item number 3 is a major loophole that totally disregards a vote by the county council, disregards whether or not it's a vote of simple majority or a vote of supermajority or a unanimous vote. It disregards the need for a vote. And I'm seriously concerned that the wonderful, brilliant people who served on this commission would have written language that was so vague. Why did it need to be so vague? If you go and look at the fine print in the 2020-80 resolution, that is available to everybody on the Volusia Forever program website. Scroll to the bottom, there's a link, it takes you right to the resolution. Anybody can read the 8 pages of fine print. It's not really hard to read. And if you look in there, it talks a lot about the purpose of the land, the conservation and ecological preservation of the land. And there is language in there that does say, I was hunting for this, because I'm like, okay, how can we find the original language, the fine print? And it does say each project must state a public purpose for the restoration, conservation, or preservation of environmentally sensitive lands and water areas. And, it says and, not or, and, for providing public use. Okay, public use in this case is access to the conservation lands, use by the public of the conservation lands. It isn't any other public purpose like fire stations or, bombing ranges or any of the other things that I mentioned last time might count as public purpose under state statute. Our own county resolution states it as public use of the conservation lands. And I want you all to consider that carefully.
Chairman. Thank you. Gary Singleton, and you will be followed by Kat Pante.
Gary Singleton, Volusia County resident. I will be voting against all 4 of these amendments. Our charter should not be weakened as to be influenced by whichever way the wind is currently blowing. Every amendment listed will either weaken the voice of Volusia County citizens, remove vital spending restrictions on politicians, attempt to fix something that isn't broken, or ignore the will of the people. Citizens should retain the right to choose the county chair. Refusing to hand over that right to politicians, the will of the people must be protected. The current term limits are adequate, allowing a reasonable limitation to how long someone may serve the public in an elected capacity. Restrictions on politicians' spending should remain in place. These restrictions are a reminder of whose money you are spending. Our charter is a reflection of our rights under home rule. I'm sure there's a supremacy law that will resolve any conflicts with the state constitution. Personnel administration should not require a change in our charter. The citizens of Volusia County overwhelmingly voted for large-scale conservation. The amendment would require a vote. The amendment should require a voter referendum to sell the conserved land, not allow politicians to decide if it should be sold. Forever means forever, not until a group of politicians can vote to remove it. This amendment would allow politicians to do as they want, not what citizens voted for.
Thank you.
And as to my assumption about the lien, we'll wait until there's a full vote on it, because I think I'm still going to be right.
Catherine Pante.
Good afternoon, Council. Amendment number 5, titled Established Registry Increasing County Voting Requirement for Transfer of Conservation Land, was approved by the Charter Review Commission for placement on the ballot. 11 members voted in favor, while 4 voted against. I want to thank those members who had the foresight to oppose it. A charter amendment to protect Volusia Forever was requested because of the repeated attempts to undermine the program over several months by Councilman Don Dempsey from the dais. In addition, Councilman Dempsey and 2 CRC members have repeatedly signaled their desire to keep open the option of using conservation land for a county public purpose, specifically mentioning solar farms, police stations, and fire stations. These are infrastructure projects and should be funded by the development that creates the need for them through impact fees. Using taxpayer-funded conservation land for such purposes is inappropriate and contrary to the intent of the program. I want to draw your attention to subsection 3 of the drafted ordinance, which was conveniently excluded from the ballot language. It states, "This section shall not apply when the property is being used for a public purpose by the county or taken by state, federal, or other entity having lawful authority to exercise the power of eminent domain over county-owned lands." The issue is not the state or federal eminent domain provision. That is a recognized and lawful exception. The problem is that this loophole was intentionally created to give the county unrestricted access to conservation land for any purpose it deems necessary, without public notice and without a supermajority vote of the council. Subsection 3 effectively eliminates both public notice and a vote. How convenient. The council would not need to sell conservation land if it could simply repurpose it for whatever uses it chooses without meaningful oversight. This amendment is not protection. It is a gift to those who want to develop our conservation land. Let me repeat that the chair of the Charter Review Commission works as a land use attorney for one of the largest firms in the region, representing development interests. Furthermore, one of Councilman Dempsey's 2 appointees specifically referenced police and fire stations as potential uses for conservation land. The other has some involvement with Dempsey's taxpayer-funded motocross project and specifically requested an appointment to the subcommittee that assisted in drafting this ordinance. This is precisely why the project is now being referred to as a park rather than a motocross facility. Why call it a park instead of a facility? Because it fits within their definition of public purpose. It is a travesty that this is what our county attorneys drafted, regardless of who provided the parameters under which they were instructed to work. Volusia County residents taxed themselves to acquire these lands for conservation, with the expectation that they would be preserved for future generations, not that current or future officials could quietly redefine their purpose and decide otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment on item 5. Open it up for questions. Councilman Santiago, or discussion?
Yeah, I think there's no questions, right? Just discussion, because we're going to vote. If I may, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to the public that may be hearing this from the first time, this charter review amendment document that we have before us, and I apologize to those who already know, the amendment we have before us, we can't say no to it. We have no authority to say no to it, regardless of what is said. Not that we're not listening, we can't say no. Because the way the charter is written, what they send to us automatically goes to the ballot for you all to vote. And, you know, I sit here sometimes and I wonder, you know, we often get reminded that the people voted, the people spoke on other items that have been before us, that we should listen to them because the people have spoken. All right, we hear that all the time. Well, guess what? The people will speak on this too. And we'll know very loud and clear whether 60% or more or less want what is being argued for or against. So the debate really needs to happen amongst your neighbors and the information that's out there to make your own educated decision. That being said, to the Charter Review Commission, thank you for your courage. Thank you for your service. I want to apologize to you for the unwarranted attacks that some of you or maybe all of you have received in social media. I got a new name. I've had it for years. It's social cesspool, because most of the stuff out there these days is garbage. And I'm disappointed that social media gets hijacked, usually by a minority. I want you to know that. It's a minority. The work that you do is good for the people of Volusia County, and thank you for your courage for stepping up and putting your name behind it, because the keyboard warriors, they're going to do their thing. To the ones that come up here and speak that I may agree or disagree with, I respect you all, because you all have the courage to come up here and try to convince others face to face with your name behind it, without all of these fake profiles that are out there. So I agree with some of the stuff that's been said. We've had conversations. So thank you for your courage of putting your face here. Keyboard warriors, you know my opinion of them. And with that said, Mr. Chair, I move that I think we have to do a motion. We move to adopt the resolution to send this
To the ballot.
To the
referendum to the ballot. Yep.
Okay. Vice Chair Reinhardt, you wanted to speak as well.
I'll
but
second
would you
that motion, but I did want to make a comment, and to kind of echo what you said, Mr. Santiago. I didn't just accept to do that proclamation because it was there, because everybody knows how many proclamations I do, and but I truly appreciate the hard work that you did. I really do. I mean that wholeheartedly. And that, it doesn't just mean those meetings that you went to. It wasn't just meaning the individual time that you took out of your own lives to go do this, but you did it with social media attacking you and with those others attacking you, and I commend you for it. So we took this role to accept that. But, does it bother me? Yeah, it bothers me a little that they feel that way, but does it, look what I did for 30 years. I'll leave it at that. No, I really wasn't. But, I made it to warden for a reason, not because I tucked him in at night. But I'm just saying that is true. I really, truly appreciate that. Now, we're here to just do this. And I know a lot of other great ideas were brought up, tremendous ideas, and many of which I agreed with. But there will be a time to bring that up, and I've got an idea for the end of the meeting. But for this right here, I just wanted to say thank you, and I'll second the motion presented by Mr. Santiago. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chairman and David. I appreciate you saying what you did, and thank you to our Charter Review Commission, because just like us, you guys take a lot, and this was a long, grueling, painful at times process. And one thing that disappointment, I'd hate to be a negative Nancy at times, but just a few days ago, and this hints on what Mr. Santiago, the truth behind Mr. Santiago's words. Everyone knows Miss Suzanne Schreiber. She made a post, Dream Green Volusia, put the picture of this beautiful raccoon. Pretty much a call to action. June 16th, our meeting. Amendment taking away perpetuity for land conservation, third and final November. It's not true, folks. It's strengthening the vote. Okay? County Attorney, just so we can put this to bed on the record, how does this change from what we currently have? Because I've about had a belly full of it.
So this strengthens your current vote. Right now, under the state statute, under 125.35, it only takes a majority vote to sell, convey property. It also creates a registry by which you can put property into the registry. And then it denotes the transparency that already exists, both in state law and property that could be used for a public purpose, which if a project came before you, I would articulate that Stead Georgia staff would come before you for different contracts and different things to build certain things on roads. So you'd have that ability to approve that project, even though the property is not transferring out of the county's ownership. So it increases the vote from a simple majority to 5.
Okay.
Creates the registry, and it acknowledges the other
So in any way, shape, or form, Mr. Brown, does this amendment, I just want to be clear, does this amendment take away perpetuity for land conservation?
It strengthens your current vote under the state statute about what's required to sell property.
So would that answer be no?
So I would say no, that it strengthens, it's a higher threshold for the county council in order to be able to sell property. As an attorney, right, the facts always matter, and opinions change, right? So, and then, perpetuity is this thing that we like to talk about, but it's in perpetuity until it's not, right? So, and that's on anything. That, I don't mean to be controversial. I'm just telling you, as an attorney, there are agreements that anything can be satisfied in order to be able to do certain things, right? It may cost money. It may be a higher vote threshold. It may be whatever. I think that this strengthens your current.
And just to try to put this to bed here, just one last question. I understand the process, but why didn't the makers of this 26 years ago, they must have thought about this, right? And we had some of the original drafters of this policy on this Charter Review Commission, and it's gone in front of the voters 2 times. Have we ever sold any land to anybody?
No, sir. My understanding is it's only been eminent domain when we've had.
Have we directed you guys to do policy in 26 years that you know of, to the best of your recollection?
No, sir. And I would say, I think it goes as far back, I don't know if Brad's still in here, but 1986, you had the endangered lands process, right? So it even goes back further than 26 years where we started buying conservation land.
Right. Thank you, Russ. Good job. I have nothing further.
Yeah, I just would add, and Russ can jump in if I'm overlooking something, but right now, if you had no charter change, just what you have in place now, you have a Volusia Echo, Volusia Forever resolutions, which were renewed by the voters. Why did that go to the voters? It went to the voters only actually legally is a bond authorization. So you could bond those monies that you levy each year. You don't have to levy any particular amount. It's up to 0.2 mils a year per program, but at tax time, you decide what that levy is. Right now, those properties are a county asset. It is, in my opinion, your decision on how to handle them, but as Russ had said, that you haven't sold any that we're aware. We may have had some taken by eminent domain. And it is our opinion that the way state law is written, that's an area they preempted to say that's your decision. What this does is increases the vote that would be necessary to a majority plus one to sell them. If you do not have a change, it would be a majority vote. However, you have not done so.
Thanks, Mike. And Ms. Pantes, we're often on the opposite sides of a lot of things, but we've been good here lately. But I think where some of folks' frustration come in, Mr. Dyer, is that why was this program called Volusia Forever when there's a statutory out or an exception? Does that make sense? That's where some of the confusion, I think, comes in. I know we've all said we support it, and my answer to them is elect people that really support the program. But can you?
Well, certainly your track record has been that, right? Because you haven't sold any since the program's inception. I was not here at the time when that was written. I came shortly thereafter, but I would assume it was modeled on the state program.
But it happened a second time. Were you here for the second?
I was.
Okay. Yeah. So nothing really changed.
No.
Wording wise. So, it'd be nice to know.
Haven't been involved. I don't recall any direction from council to prepare any.
No, but what I'm saying is that same program was re-upped again in 2020, Volusia Forever, with the same outs statutorily or exceptions, eminent domain and yada, yada. But I'd also like to know why it's being called or why it was advertised as Volusia Forever when it kind of, I can see where the confusion can come in, but, and it leads to the political hijacking like we're seeing now with some dragons that don't exist. So I'm just trying to put this to bed. Thanks, Mike.
Okay, no other comments or questions. We have a motion and a second to approve the Charter Reviews Committee recommendation of 5 amendments. And as has clearly been stated, I will say this again to the public, that we have to approve this and pass it on. But that doesn't mean there might be one of these that any number of council members disagrees with, and that will be debated between now and November. The fact that they vote, if they vote to approve this, does not mean that they're approving of every amendment. It's to give you the chance to debate it from now until November and vote on it. Russ, did you want to say one more thing before the vote? Okay. Then the motion is to approve the 5 amendments that have been given to us. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? And the Charter Reviews Committee's recommendations are approved unanimously 6-0.
Wait on number 6.
Pardon me?
I'm here for number 6.
Oh, you're here for number 6 as well. Okay. Continuing the discussion on charter review, number 6 is a similar recommendation on Volusia Forever. And I asked that this get put on the agenda for us to consider and vote for. And the reason that I did that should be very clear at this point. It's become very much a part of the public discussion, not just on social media, but debates that I go to for people running for office. It's highly debated. It was important enough that the Charter Review Committee rightly took it up and came up with the proposal that we've just talked about. I wanted to go take it a step further and give the protection to the voters of Volusia County, the greatest protection they could possibly have, and that is a unanimous vote by this council, or actually by future councils. Now, a reasonable question has come up to that, in that, well, you're giving someone veto responsibility. And I thought, yeah, that's true, because that's how important this is, I believe, to the public, when 75% of them voted for this, actually more than 75%, and believe that forever should mean forever, notwithstanding the law. Every governor in the United States wants a veto. It does not mean that the legislative body is not respected. It's simply a mechanism to keep the debate centered on what voters who have told us what they want gets debated. It allows robust debate on the reasons a potential sale of conservation land should or should not be approved. In this case, the voters of Volusia County have made it abundantly clear. They want in perpetuity, protected in Volusia forever. A unanimous vote by every future council is the best way to do that within the boundaries of the Florida Constitution. Several reasons. It forces compromise. This is how the governor of Florida uses it. The veto serves as a powerful bargaining chip to ensure every consideration is made and provides the best representation for taxpayers. It acts as a passive brake to protect the will of the people. It blocks hasty or potentially unwise acts and puts the discussion in the public realm. It guarantees complete and adequate debate from every corner of our county, in every district. It prevents major conflicts. It gives taxpayers in every district the strongest possible vote and voice to protect land purchases in their community. It protects the will of the people equally in all 5 districts. This is, I believe, the center of the debate today. Taxpayers from every political persuasion, Republican, Democrat, NPAs, all of us voted for Volusia forever and made it clear with 2 votes. I believe that they believed Volusia forever meant forever. However, let's remember, it keeps it in the hands of the county council to ultimately make the decision before conservation land can be sold. As much as I trust the voters of Volusia County to make the best decision on how best to protect Volusia forever, we must also trust the 7 members of this and future Volusia County councils to represent their constituents and work together to make the best decision or compromise. That's what the veto does. Governor Ron DeSantis said it this way, and this is a direct quote: "If they are being difficult on things that are important to our voters, because the fight is really who's going to represent the voters that we got elected to serve and who kind of is doing their own agenda. And Republicans get into trouble when they run on an agenda and then they go up and do different things," DeSantis said, end of quote. So a unanimous vote simply requires a serious debate of the issue in which every council member must work together for the good of the people that they represent in their district. While we trust the voters, we should also trust council members to represent their constituents to the best of their ability. Again, this is within the Florida Constitution. I can't ask this council to vote for something that the county attorney and every attorney I have talked to said is in conflict with the Florida Constitution. But let's be clear on what I'm asking here. I'm not asking for this council to approve a unanimous vote. I'm asking them to let you make that decision. That's all that's being done here. I want them to put this on the ballot so that you can vote. Do you want a unanimous vote by the county council, or do you want a majority plus one? Which do you believe gives you the ultimate protection? Our constituents want and deserve protection from what they feel is changing the protection they voted on. So, council, that's my request to you, is that you may have great disagreements with this approach, but let the public decide, and let's debate it from now until November and let them decide. There'll be two competing ballot proposals. If this one passes, it supersedes the other. And the other question, I'll just say quickly, is that I think rightly came up, is will it confuse voters? I think we should give voters more credit than that. I think they can read two of them and pick the one that they like the best, or none at all. They might reject them all. So let's trust the voters to make this decision and not take it out of their hands. Councilman David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I listened very closely to your comments, Mr. Chair. I personally think there was contradictions even within your points that were very well said, but I think there's some contradictions in there. When you say let the voters decide, but trust this council to decide, I think using the veto power that the governor has was a good tactic, but the veto power it was set up mainly for the separation of powers between the governments, the judicial, the executive, and the legislative. So that is part of the premise of the veto structure when it was created. So I don't think it's a apples to apples here. That being said, it's just a disagreement on procedural. The fact is, one piece was left out of that. Historically, when we've had opposing amendments on a charter amendment ballot, they've both failed. That's what we've had historically, because it has confused the people. And I'm not saying that people are not smart. I think they probably just get frustrated. This makes no sense. I'm going to say no to both. I think that's really what, and that's me, my probably guess, but probably an educated guess. The fact here is that the Charter Review Committee made a proposal that is now going to the ballot that strengthens the vote requirement to sell any property. That doesn't pass, we're still where we're at today. We can do it by simple majority. You don't have no registry. If you all decide in the public that that's going to be the threshold, then so be it. But if you really want to protect Volusia forever, here's my spin, if we want to call it, because everything here is spin, right? My spin is, if you really want to protect Volusia forever, given the current circumstances that we have now, which there's a ballot already before you that's coming, right? And historically has proven that people deny opposing ballots, we should not put up an opposing amendment. It is setting up for failure. So if you want it, more protections, and you may not be happy that it has the exact threshold or challenges or protections that you feel, and I get it. And I've publicly said I was okay with additional thresholds or changes to it, but that's not where we're at today. Where we're at today is you put an opposing charter amendment, it's likely going to fail both based on precedents. And I'm going to say that I want to protect Volusia forever and deny this opposing amendment or do other stuff with it, which I will shortly, and stick with giving what's already been presented to the voters already. And with that, Mr. Chair, I move that we table this item indefinitely.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to table item 6 indefinitely by David Santiago, and the second was by Danny Robbins. Yeah, we still have a lot of the public who want to speak on this. Are there any questions on that motion by council before I go to the, okay, question by Councilman Robbins.
We heard her statement, let the public decide. Mr. Dyer or Mr. Brown, if you may. For 26 years, this program has been in place. What did the public vote on twice during those 26 years in terms of this program?
Tax themselves for the Forever program.
Right. What kind of vote did they vote? What did that entail in terms of the vote? A simple majority?
When you, well, to raise funds through tax to be able to buy property for conservation purposes.
What I'm trying to do is break down the process of what the people voted for and how does this deviate from what they voted for.
Yes, sir. So it was a bond referendum that was voted upon, whether as Mr. Dyer's talked about in the last item, whether to be able to bond based on the millage rate that they voted to tax themselves up to, if approved annually by you, up to 0.2 mils. As far as the process, it's got to be a willing seller that comes in to buy, to want to sell their property. And there are policy requirements or guidelines that the council that is brought before you and you approve, and annually your advisory group that you appoint redoes things and makes recommendations to you based on the program to continue to improve the program.
But it was based on a simple majority though, Russ, right? Any of those votes?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
By council.
Right. So that's historic.
By the lands. Yes, sir. I'm
Okay.
sorry if I misunderstood your question.
All right. Thanks.
Okay, for the public to come and speak on this, you hear what the motion is to table it forever, no time certain. John Nicholson, you'll be first, and following you will be Catherine Pante.
John Nicholson, Beachside. 1, no tabling. 2, the development that we had 25 years ago is nothing like we've had in the last 10 years. The flooding that we had 25 years ago is nothing like the flooding we have now. The technology, everything is moving fast and furious. Now, I've made my idea clear that I respect this council, the diversity in 40 years of all the councils that I've seen. This is the most diverse and the best background. And 20 years ago, I got in trouble by saying that when the council was voting on something, that they would not be here in 20 years. And none of those that were on the council 20 years ago are on these seats today. And I'm saying to you all that in 20 years from today, the probability, because I've taken probability and statistics, the probability that you all will be in these seats again in 20 years is slim and none. Let alone 200 years when Don is talking about we don't know what's happening in the future. So I'm guaranteeing you that. I know the mayor of Daytona Beach says I'm wrong, but I can guarantee you in 200 years you guys are not going to be sitting there. We don't know who's going to be sitting in your seats. We don't know who's going to be corrupt. I know my commission is corrupt. And when I look at my commission, one family runs it and rubber stamps whatever they want. Who's to say that this commission will always be as good as it is now? That's what they're saying. We want added protection. It's not, David, that we're worried about statistically it's failed when there's two things. All right? This is a clear cut. Now, Don told me, did you read all this? And I said, no. And I can guarantee you that not everybody who voted read everything. We just don't do that. All right? Lawyers do that. And you had a lawyer saying that we don't do this. Well, yeah, we change votes all the time. We had slavery at one time. We had women not voting at one time. We change things all the time. So we could have changed and made this more strict if we wanted to. And that's what I believe they're asking for right now. We want to cover our butt. We want to make it absolutely positively, because in Daytona Beach, a community service is HUD housing, and they would vote to take Volusia Forever for HUD housing. I don't think that would go for the rest of the county. So I'm asking you to give the people an absolute choice. Thank you.
Catherine Pantang.
Good afternoon, Council. Chairman Brower, you're asking for support for your amendment today, but I have to ask, where has your support been for the Alachua-style amendment that includes a strong voter referendum requirement for Volusia Forever? Dream Green Volusia and I have been advocating for that approach since January. Have you been traveling throughout the county educating residents at community meetings about the importance of Volusia Forever program? Have you been using social media to defend the program against the constant efforts to undermine it? You have certainly devoted significant time and energy to promoting a clickbait proposal, yet I have seen little of that same effort dedicated to protecting the very same program you claim to support, a program funded by taxpayers and supported by voters who elected you in part because of your commitment to land conservation. I continue to support an amendment that requires voter approval for the sale or transfer of conservation lands, and I will continue pursuing that goal. However, today, following Councilman Kent's playbook, I am prepared to make a strategic decision and support your amendment because it is substantially better than the version proposed by the Charter Review Commission. My support is contingent upon one important action. I ask that you pass the gavel and make an additional motion directing staff to bring forward a county ordinance immediately. That ordinance should protect Volusia Forever lands until November ballot by requiring a unanimous vote of the council for any sale or transfer. If you choose not to make the motion, perhaps one of your fellow council members will do so on behalf of the public. This is not about politics, it's about protection. Every member of this council claims to support the Volusia Forever program. If that support is genuine, there should be no hesitation in adopting an ordinance that takes effect after 2 readings and requires unanimous council approval for the sale or transfer of conservation lands. The city of Boca implemented such an ordinance on May 12, 2026. It is in effect today while voters consider a charter amendment this November that would require a referendum for sale or transfer of more than 1/2 acre of protected lands. Let your words match your vote. I'm not finished because there were some questions by Councilman Robbins. Orange County does not have a subsection 3 loophole, which we supposedly mirrored ours after. Councilman Robbins, selling is not the main problem. It is the county purpose loophole. 12535 is a baseline Florida statute for counties to sell or lease county assets, meaning charter counties can create stricter guardrails by ordinance and charter amendments to strengthen protections on certain environmental lands. We need a competing ordinance to make the bad one fail. Thank you.
James Clayton.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman and Council members. Jim Clayton, lifelong resident of Volusia County, 72 years. I was one of the 15 members of the Charter Review Commission. We started meeting last fall, and with a very diverse group of people, as you already mentioned earlier, Democrats, Republicans, NPAs, men, women, from all segments of society. And we debated these suggested modifications to the charter a lot. A lot. Ms. Pantay was there a lot. I understand her passion. I respect her passion. I admire her passion, but I don't agree with anything she said. And neither did we when we voted. When it was voted, she said 11-4. It was 13-2. I just confirmed with another member. A subcommittee studied this. So we had 15 people that you just honored with a proclamation about how good a job we did. And this amendment you're pushing forward is counter to that. That amendment collides head on with what we drafted. We studied Alachua. We studied Orlando. We debated it. We discussed it a lot. And we put every effort into it. To put that on there will confuse them. You're wrong. And let me ask you this question. What if they both pass? Your amendment says, it'll supersede what we submitted. You think it's going to end there? I'll tell you where it's going to end up. It's going to end up over that big building at the other end of the road. It won't be resolved until a jury or a judge decides it. You're setting yourself up for a litigation you don't need. I have a question for you. Does a motion to table not supersede everything? I thought when you made a motion to table, you had to vote on it right then. If y'all had granted that, I wouldn't have had to talk. Isn't that right, Mr. Chairman?
I think the privilege of the public to speak supersedes.
No, that's pandering. Does a motion to table take precedence over every other motion? Robert's Rule of Order says a motion to table trumps everything. I'm just saying, I didn't want to get up and talk. As you know, I've passed both last time, this time. I'm not passing. But I just say, if you're not going to table it, I encourage you to vote it down. Don't put it on the ballot. It will confuse them. It undoes what every one of us worked hard on all those meetings that you just praised us for our work. Thank you.
Suzanne Schreiber.
Hello. Good to see you all. Mr. Robbins, Mr. Dempsey. If you looked at the March 17 agenda, it was easy to see why the chamber was full. The Volusia Forever agenda item stated policy considerations. During the December of 2025 discussion, council members raised several policy level concerns. Staff has prepared an analysis and considerations for council in the following areas: partnership, requirements, and county control, qualification of properties in urban or surrounded settings, conservation acreage context and tax roll impact, program integrity safeguards, the rationale for public ownership of regulated wetlands, and a proposed development application cooling off period. The list of policy items being questioned from December set off a chain reaction, establishing how we arrived here today. Mr. Robbins, you stated on social media that forever meant forever. Mr. Dempsey, you have said that you love Volusia Forever. Mr. Santiago, you said you have no intention of selling our conservation land. Mr. Kent said, I think your request is reasonable, Chair, so I'll make a motion to bring back the amendment. And Mr. Reinhardt, you stated the definition of perpetuity is forever. And Chairman, you said it is a wildly popular program, which generally sounds like Councilman Kent. Sometimes the most obvious is overlooked. The council can pass an ordinance requiring a unanimous vote to sell or transfer property interest acquired through the Endangered Lands or Volusia Forever programs. It strengthens the initial voter referendum and does not affect Volusia Forever's original intent. Show us that you have no plans to sell our Volusia Forever conservation lands, and that words spoken in support of the program meant something by passing an ordinance requiring a unanimous vote without the verbiage for public purpose use. The council unanimously voted to bring this amendment back. Please pass the ordinance now and an amendment for the November ballot. We asked repeatedly for the Alachua amendment. The Volusia attorneys gave opinions against it, even though there were 3 known Florida counties with the voter referendum verbiage: Pinellas, Alachua, and Miami-Dade. Anyone paying attention would recognize that no one speaks for me. We support the best policy available that this council can pass to protect our conservation lands and taxpayer funds, and have been doing this since 2020. The item before you today is the current option on the table. We want an ordinance with an amendment, and no one else has brought that up pertaining to an ordinance. Nothing changes the council's or county's responsibility to protect our Volusia Forever lands and taxpayer funds. It's in perpetuity until it's not. Thank you for your consideration, and thank you, Mr. Brown, for just speaking the truth.
Wendy Anderson.
Wendy Anderson, District 1. Well, these are certainly interesting times right now. I did not expect Ms. Pandey to stand up here and go the direction she went, but because she did, I feel absolutely confident that what I want to say will not get me in trouble later. So here we go. I want the public purpose clause to disappear. I made that clear earlier. And if Mr. Brower's option comes forward without a public purpose clause, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Again, like I said earlier, I don't really care if you all are, having a simple majority or a supermajority or a unanimous vote on something. I want the public purpose clause to go away. I think our voters are smart. I think our voters are not going to be confused by two different options. I want Mr. Brower's amendment on the ballot. I wish we could have the Alachua version. I wish we could have a voter referendum. I saw Mr. Dyer's advice to you all that state statute prevents that it is the job of the council to make decisions about sales. I understand that you feel constrained by that. And so as much as I wish we could have an Alachua version, if the next best thing is what Mr. Brower is offering, partly because it does require that full agreement, you called it veto power. I'm sure I kind of agree with Santiago. That may not have been exactly the right lingo there, although I do appreciate your, political science 101 lesson there. What's weird about county councils is you all get to serve as both, as executive and legislative, and sometimes quasi-judicial. You get to wear all the hats. But anyway, I am excited at the idea that Ms. Schreiber and Ms. Pantay have offered to you all that we could have an ordinance right now, or not right now, but after a couple of hearings, we could have an ordinance that actually protects the original intent of Volusia Forever. Let the amendment go forward, let people figure it out. But yeah, let's go for the amendment. Go ahead and put the other amendment option on the table too. But yeah, let's go for an ordinance right away. That makes all the sense in the world. Let's do it.
Thank you. Ben Johnson, you get to close this out.
Good evening, Ben Johnson, DeLand. I'm a big believer in good government. I'm a big believer in the fact of you should not take all the abilities for you to govern out of the hands of this council or any future council. I'm a big believer of trying to tell the truth about it. And I hate to say it, but a lot of what I have seen and heard ever since this started, and the attacks on social media and things that are being set up here, excuse me, but it's a lot of unmitigated bullshit. That's just the way it is. I've sat here and listened to people come up here and stand in front of you, know which ones they are, and tell you part of a truth, not the whole truth, trying to sell a story. That we're trying to weaken the ability about selling this property. I have always voted for Forever and Echo. I've always voted for it because they are great programs. I don't want to see the property sold or done away with. But the idea of having to put a 7-0 vote, and Mr. Brower, you know this, when I sat on that council, we couldn't even get a 7-0 vote when we had free food in that back room about what time we were going to eat. Now that's just absolutely pure fact. Now, a supermajority, I feel like is the best way to go. It's a way that we can take and make sure this program stays in place. And they say that, I heard also, I think, maybe, I'm getting old so I may forget some things, but I believe I heard that not notifying the citizens, I believe, isn't there not a 30-day notification that we put in there later? That was a last-minute thing that some of the people came forward with and said, hey, we'd like it a little stronger, and we sat down and did that. Ladies and gentlemen, I think if you put these competing ones up against each other, forget it all. And you might have that council that wants just that majority vote, and they get rid of it. So right now, it's in your hands. If you want this thing to pass or not pass, Mr. Santiago has studied politics probably more than anybody up here, and what he said is absolutely true, and most of us know that. I think it's very wise that you table this thing, as was said. Let's get this thing on the ballot, and let's strengthen this thing in a manner that you can work with, future governments can work with, and the people can work with. Thank you very much.
And that ends public comment on this item. Councilman Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be very brief since there is a motion to table this indefinitely. And I just put my 2 cents in very, very quickly here. I don't see a problem with your idea of item number 6, putting this out for our residents to vote on. Volusia County residents are the smartest voters I know about. I don't think they get it wrong. They're educated, well-educated people, and I don't think it would be a problem. I'm going to be a no on the continuance, and if it's voted down, then I'll make a motion to approve this.
You're going to be a no on the continuance, on tabling it. Okay. Councilman Santiago.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I know I'll just say this and then I'll go my official action. This is not a testament to this, whether or not Volusia County residents are not smart or not the smartest. I think they are. And I think that's why when we had opposing amendments, they said, what the heck is this? You don't know what you're sending to us, so I'm going to deny both. I think that was the smartness from Volusia County residents that sent us a message when we put opposing amendments in there. And I'll leave with that, Mr. Chair, because our rules do call for the motion that I made is non-debatable, and it should just go right to a vote under the rules that we've adopted. And you were right, Mr. Chair, the public has an opportunity to speak, in my understanding, but it is not debatable based on the rules that we've adopted, and we should go right to a vote.
Okay. Well, the public has spoken, and one council member has spoken. So let's vote on this, and then we'll move on. According to what this vote is, the motion on the table is to table in perpetuity this item. Would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Reinhardt.
Yes.
Mr. Robbins.
Yes.
Mr. Santiago.
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey.
Yes.
Mr. Kent.
No.
Mr. Brower.
No, but the item is tabled.
Congratulations, Volusia Forever. You're going to be strengthened if you pass it.
Okay. Item 7 is a proposed, Councilman Robbins, your name just popped up. Okay.
I was about to make a motion to approve the proposed abandonment of the portion of the right-of-way of Ormond's Jungle Den.
Second.
Okay. Tad, it's getting to where you don't even have to walk up here. The motions are made before I can even read the proposal, but the motion is made to pass this abandonment of a portion of the right-of-way by Councilman Robbins, and the second was by Vice Chair Reinhardt. And for questions, Councilman Don Dempsey. Okay. For questions, Troy Kent.
It's just a comment if no one else has any
Go
questions.
ahead and make a comment.
Just a brief comment, just to say, in the spirit of consistency, I will actually be approving this one because, number one, it's not on the water. It's not a postage-sized stamp of property where we could put a pocket park or a passive park. And because of those reasons, I'll be voting yes to abandon this.
Okay. I don't see any other comments, so all in favor of the proposed abandonment on item 7, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? And that passes 6-7. Good job, Ted. Item 8 and item 9 will probably go together here, so I'm going to ask item 9, that part of it is a quasi-judicial hearing. Does anyone have any ex parte to declare on
I do not.
item 9?
I spoke to the attorney for the developer.
An attorney as well. We had a brief conversation.
Good evening,
Go ahead.
Council. Ray Tyner, Growth Resource Management Director. Thank you. Yeah, these item 8 and 9 are two items. We'll do one presentation. The first one is for a small scale fluid. The other one is for rezoning. The property is located off of Old New York Avenue. It's approximately 2.32 acres. This is an aerial of it. There's an existing restaurant on the property, Stockyard. So again, before you is the future land use map that shows on your left-hand side of your screen, going from urban low intensity to commercial. The rezoning portion of the property is going from general commercial, the B4 and transitional agricultural, the A3, the green colored there on the left, to planned unit development. The commercial future land use designation allows for a variety of full use of sales and service activities with a maximum floor area ratio of 55%. What the property is proposing is to retain the existing restaurant that is already there, and there's already some structures that are out there, an old barn and a house. So what they're doing is they're proposing to do an event center to have like maybe weddings and that type of thing and serve food. They are proposing to add some more parking spaces where they have a total of 70 parking spaces on site and maybe some overflow parking as well. They are doing some stormwater improvements, and they're going to do some additional landscape off of New York Avenue as well. This is the site plan that's proposed. That's in the PUD development agreement. On the right-hand side, you'll have the existing restaurant. There's no proposed new structures at this time being proposed. On the left-hand side of your screen, you'll see where the barn is, what they're calling an event center. They have done some improvements for outside seating and to have some people for events as well for that area. So the Planning and Land Development and Regulation Commission approved this by a 6-0 vote on March 19th. They did have a condition, and their recommended condition, it's also staff's condition as well, that a resolution would take place on a hiatus strip that is on the south and north side of the property. And what that is, it's a survey era. This survey, the original survey was done like in 1920, early 1900s. And back then they didn't have GPS, they used chains, right, to do it. So it's pretty common that you would have kind of hiatus in property. But before they start construction, their survey needs to resolve that issue before they move forward. So I know the applicant is here. Cobb and Cole, who's representing the owner of the property, I think would like to say a few words as well.
Okay. And are you representing the owner, or are you representing Mark Watts?
A little bit of both today, I think. Good evening, and for the record, Michael Woods with Cobb Cole, 231 North Woodland Boulevard, here today on behalf of the property owner and Mr. Watts as well. And I'm happy to appear on behalf of this client. It was one of these projects that came through that was a little bit of a scrap in our office as to who got to do the work. Mark got to do all the fun stuff, but he had to be in another location today. But I'm excited for this because this is a nice mix of preservation and repurposing of existing facilities. Just briefly, growing up for me in town, this location was Pondo's. I'm not quite old enough to remember the old hotel and whatnot, but one of my first memories of hearing about Pondo's, because it's a little out of the way for a restaurant. One of the owners of Pondo's is Miss Fisher, and she, amongst other things, they did culinary cooking classes for children during summer vacation. Now, I didn't take that class, but a good friend of mine in second grade did, Sean, and he got a little bit of grief for it. But in that class, he was taught to prepare and bake a pizza that was topped with caviar. And in 1986, DeLand, who on earth would have ever heard about that? And I bring this up because it's something that's distinctly DeLand, being in that location, have that opportunity. And I also want to mention that I've kept in touch with my buddy, Sean. He lives out in California now, but his parents still live in Orange City. They had their 60th wedding anniversary in December, and he cooked for them. And he's an engineer. He did not go the culinary route, but he cooked a 7-course meal for them for their 60th anniversary. And I think some of the roots of that comes to Pondo's. And it's maybe maudlin, and it's maybe an emotional kind of story, but I bring it up because this is a unique proposal, and we don't always get to do something fun like this. It's unique because the age of the primary structure, dating back to the 1930s, and it's evolved over the years. That used to be a gateway to DeLand when people came to DeLand via train. And now it's a restaurant kind of off the beaten path. It's unique in its geometry in that the property is, you saw the concept plan, it's oblong, right? It's hemmed into the north by the railroad tracks. It's hemmed into the south by the roadway. And again, that roadway, if you go out there, I know we've resurfaced it recently, but that's the old brick roadway that came in from the train tracks. It was like a single, not even a car width back in the day. So it's kind of been squished in a little bit there. And it's unique because this is one of these rare efforts where rather than removing and rebuilding, we're repurposing and reusing. And I don't always get to come before you guys on projects like that to be able to talk about that. It isn't easy to retrofit old structures and old layouts and old properties. And given the limitations that were present here, it's taken a while for this property owner, this restaurant owner, to acquire those other two properties, including that barn, to expand, to address existing parking issues, and to expand the utilization of his restaurant for larger, like wedding events that you couldn't otherwise host in the restaurant itself. And it's been a multi-year process to do this. With respect to the land use change, that's primarily being driven by the size constraint under the existing land use that the ULI allows for under commercial. But the barn has been there for 30 some odd years, and we're not expanding that. We're within that footprint. And then with respect to the rezoning, not only do we bring the existing restaurant operation and define its uses and buffers formally rather than it being a grandfathered non-conforming use, we're addressing some additional stormwater and some additional parking solutions. And just as it applies to the existing restaurant, this bar facility will also be subject to all of the county noise ordinances as well, and the limitations of the operations that are provided in the PD. He mentioned the hiatus. I can get into that a little bit further if you have any questions or anything else specific. But this has been a proposal that staff has been very active in trying to work through resolutions and solutions to allow for this operation to come through. We're excited for it. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Questions for the attorney, Councilman Robbins?
Chairman, I didn't have any questions. I was going to see what motions need to be made. If you have a question, I'll wait.
I just had one question for you. I think I understood that you just said the only real changes to the property are improvements to stormwater and increased parking.
Yeah, I mean, so the physical structures are still in place, right? You've got the barn, it's been there for a few years. They acquired a house in between where the restaurant is and the barn. That's being utilized or contemplated to be utilized for like a bride's preparation room. But from a physical improvements, they've put out some patio walkers out behind the barn, but there will be stormwater predominantly on the western portion of it, right? They're not tearing up the existing asphalt at the restaurant, but the stormwater is being improved over on the western side. And where there is additional parking, if you look in the DA, they have shared parking and they have a cross-access agreement with the church school property across the street for off-peak hours. And then for the improvements for parking on the venue area, that's being kept as grass to kind of minimize the impervious area. So again, when you look at it and the north-south dimensions get tight, and again, you got the railroad behind, to the north, I think they've done a pretty good job of kind of tying this project in together, making it more of a linear project rather than like a square. So.
Councilman Kent?
Mr. Woods, just two brief questions for you. Did you ever try the pizza with caviar?
My friend did not make it for me. We just teased him, but the next time he's in town, I'll see if he'll make it for me.
And then my second question is a little more serious.
Sure.
Did he make it for their 60th anniversary?
Honestly, there was some connection to Chalet Suzanne, if you remember that restaurant out in it was. He made the menu that they had for like their wedding night or something like that. So he's a good dude. Got a 1600 on the SATs. He made us all look bad, but he's a good friend.
Gotcha. Thank you for the detailed information about the improvements on this property.
Absolutely.
Okay. Councilman Robbins, you can probably say what you want to say. We do have one member of the public who would like to speak on item 8, and then the attorney may choose to respond. I think it actually might
let them go ahead first.
Give you an opportunity. With when we declared ex parte. I said I talked with the attorney. I should say, I also talked to Miss Moon, Patricia Moon, here tonight when she was here, just very briefly. But she actually had an idea that you may have heard, you may have not, that could be helpful. But anyway, Patricia Moon, if you would like to speak now, you have 3 minutes to tell us your concerns.
Yes, my name is Patricia Moon. I live at 2002 Old New York Avenue. And before that restaurant was built, my house actually was the first house built on that street. So I purchased this historic home with the idea and dreams of restoring it fully. I am a veteran, and unfortunately I suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder, which has really exacerbated because I have a school that is operating on residential property without a site plan that shows any outdoor playgrounds or anything. And so they feel that they can just use any land they want, and they are 15 feet from my property line, and they have forced me to have to pay for their fence and wall that they were supposed to put up. And the wall that the engineers stated would be would help would have to be 54 feet back, which it was a 50-foot back setback at that time. If you're wondering why am I talking about this when we're talking about that restaurant, I love that restaurant and I love those people down there. I don't want to speak against it. I think it's a great idea. I was a hairstylist as well, so I thought, I could maybe help those girls out down there. And my husband sings, so, So I thought this would be great. But the noise level is so horrendous that I did send some stuff to Jeff Brower showing my medical records, but I suffered a kind of like but I had my blood pressure went up to 211/104 because of the noise from the school. And now I've got a picture here. They're already over there in that barn that they don't have but 29 feet between me and them, and the fence that I paid for at $11,000 for 10 feet high, and the county council gave me a hardship variance for that 10-foot fence, and now it needs to come down because it's just too old. I used solid 1-inch thick cedar wood, cypress, I think that's what it was, but it's seen its better day, and it's coming down soon. And the cost of replacing it will be $74,000 because I have to build it really tall because they won't back up. They've not had permission to use the property at 1972 Old New York. And on the day I put in an appeal, the very person who held 4 positions with that school, it's not a church, there's no church, they admitted that in court. I've been to court twice. I've spent about $50,000 in court because I can't get anybody here to enforce this code.
Thank you. Okay. There's 3 people up. Danny, did you have other questions or comments?
Sure didn't. I know there's going to be multiple parts. I think, Mr. Dyer, to this, or Ray, to this motion. How did you want this? I'm reading some additional conditions. Did you need something special put in this motion other than approval?
No, just approve the condition as well, that they take care of the hiatus issue with the surveyor, part of those conditions prior to construction activities.
Did everybody hear that?
Yes.
Motion to approve with the additional recommended conditions.
We have a motion to approve by Councilman Robbins, and a second came from Vice Chair Reinhardt. Okay, Troy, did you have questions or after that? Okay. All right. I don't have a question on that. Did you have something else you need?
The Flume Amendment, that's first, would not need the conditions, but the next vote for the rezoning, that's where we would want the conditions.
Okay. Okay. All right, so this is just the vote on the ULI future land use, the flu designation. Any other questions? Then all in favor of the small-scale comprehensive plan amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that passes unanimously 6-0. And did you need to say anything else about item 9? That's the companion part of this, the rezoning of 2.32 acres.
No, sir. I do want to stipulate, though, that we actually have additional language in the PUD agreement for noise abatement. So there's specific in Section P of the agreement that calls out, no loud noises, horns. They still have to comply with our noise ordinance as well. So we just did added protections.
Okay. Is there a motion on the rezoning?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Councilman Robbins and a second by Councilman Dempsey. And you don't have to speak to this. I heard something that I hadn't heard when we Ms. Moon and I briefly spoke, and she's right. I think there's 4 emails in my email today. She had an idea for noise abatement with a product. You already are aware of that. And when I just heard you spent $50,000 on lawyers, you probably could have done the noise abatement with that amount of money. No, you could around your property, but
She just told me about the noise abatement materials. We'll talk to the.
Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay. All right. Anyone else have questions on this? Then all in favor of the rezoning, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the rezoning passes 6-0. And that brings us to the star of today's show, the 5-year forecast presentation.
All right. I'm actually raising it.
Pardon me?
Wasn't all the way up.
Oh.
Good evening, Council. Ryan Ostowski, Chief Financial Officer. Before you, we're here to do part 2 of the 5-year forecast. As you know, property tax reform could potentially change a lot of things. All of our forecasts were developed with the baseline assumptions that operations would continue as they are. Of course, a lot of changes will have to happen. There's not nearly been enough time nor direction to what service levels would need to be changed and to factor that stuff into the out years. So what you're seeing here is a forecast as if it were not to pass. If it does pass, obviously that would require a lot of workshops, a lot of discussions and dialogue with council after it passes of what service level changes we're going to make in order to have the cost reductions that will be required to make the budget balance. The structure we're using today is a similar structure to what we've always done before. I won't read through this list. You've seen these enough times. These are the assumptions that are included in this presentation for taxable value, 5.5% to 5% depending on the fund. That's the numbers that we've actually received from the property appraiser for the June 1st values.
I think we need to get a quorum.
We've got 3 members out, so we need to wait for a couple of them to come back in. Sorry. And they can hear me in the back if council is waiting to restore a quorum.
Continuing on, the state revenue sharing, we've seen an increase this year. These numbers, I'm not going to go over each one. Oh, other than investment income, I will point that out because we're back to the on the investment income. There's going to be something that you see when we go forward on the forecast where we're seeing a decline, and that's because interest rates. We're in a declining interest rate environment compared to where we were a year ago. The Fed has lowered overnight interest rates. That has a big impact on our portfolio, to the point where I've actually put what I expect yields to be on our portfolio for the next 4 years. We create this based off of the Fed's dot plot. The Fed governors come out and they tell us what they expect interest rates to be, and they come to a consensus of, now, are they always right? No, but is there a better, more authoritative source than the Fed governors, the ones that actually set the rates as to what the expectations should be? I would argue not. They're the ones that are actually going to do it. So we use those expected yields to determine what we should be budgeting for investment income, and that's why we'll see some of those decreases in our presentation today. Expenditure assumptions are the same ones that we talked about last time. I'll start with the law enforcement fund. This one is a little bit different because we don't do a 5-year forecast. We just forecast what this budget's going to be. We don't get information from the sheriff on what their future budget requests might look like. So for us to make a guess would just be that, a guess. With the rest of our forecasts, we have some baselines and assumptions, and we build in future projects. We don't have that kind of information for the sheriff's office, so we just present the current year picture. Holding a flat millage rate of 1.5994 would generate an additional $5 million of ad valorem taxes. He's generating his allocation to unincorporated area services increases by $3 million this year. We have a consultant years ago that between the county and the sheriff's office, we worked together to come up with an allocation methodology for how much of his budget is countywide services and how much of it is unincorporated services, and this is following that methodology. The municipal contracts also increased, reflecting the increased cost of providing service to those municipality contracts. The airport contract as well. The school board contract, he is held steady. I don't have any background to that. I just get the numbers from him. If you wanted more information, we could go back to that and ask him. Outside detail is now exclusively the contract between where corrections in some cases uses the sheriff's office to do hospital duty detail. That is what this outside detail is. His regular, what most police departments you'd expect to see for outside detail when they do work for private businesses is actually managed by a third party now. It's held exclusively outside of the sheriff's office. They contract with that third party. They pay the third party pays the deputies. The sheriff's office is completely outside of the typical outside duty detail. So this is just that contract with us. I won't go through the other two lines. I'll hit the highlight of the transfer to the sheriff's office. That's his budget request. Last year was $154 million. This year is $168 million. That is a $14 million increase, but $4.4 million of it I believe will be a one-time increase. His CFO has shared with us that they need one-time money to set up their own health insurance program. They are leaving the county's health insurance program effective January 1st of next year. And to set up their own self-insured program, they need funds to set up a reserve. By state statute, when you have a self-insured insurance program, you have to have a 60-day reserve. And that's on top of any claims that have been incurred but not paid. So you have a full year of claims and a 60-day reserve that you have to have that first year. So that 60-day reserve is kind of seed money or startup money. And that's $4.4 million of their request. Which helps.
Can you hold up right there?
Yep.
Did you have a question about that?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Because we have to give the $4 million, that's separate from everything else, correct? Everything else we give to the office.
It is all going to be part of his combined budget request. He's going to use $4.4 million of it to set up his self-insurance fund, which...
But is that going up by $4 million?
He doesn't have a self-insurance fund right now. He has to set up that fund. Without getting too detailed into the accounting of it, it will be considered an expenditure.
From the county side?
from his budget. He has to make an expenditure from his government budget to contribute it to
So
his self-insurance
how does that
fund.
affect us in our required reserves? Will we be able to offset that in any way in the amount of reserves that we would require? And would it release some funds to us?
When the sheriff's office leaves our health plan, effective January, that means that we will have to have less reserves because our
That's what I
average
mean.
claims for 60 days will decrease.
So it could be potentially a wash.
Could be. Our health insurance program, remember earlier on the slide that I kind of zipped by, said that we have to have a catch-up. Part of that catch-up factors in having to make up for some reserves that were short, and we are making up and planning just to be at that number that's needed without the sheriff's office.
Without the sheriff's office still. So my statement probably still is correct. It may be a wash.
There is an offsetting factor, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So the rest of these lines, the sheriff's office facility management, those are projects that the sheriff's office requests that our facilities division does for them. We use the sheriff's millage to pay for that. And one new line that we factored into the budget, the sheriff is also effective October 1st, leaving our risk management program. And part of our prior risk management program was property insurance. There are property insurance premiums that are still attributable to the sheriff's office that they used to pay. He'll no longer be paying them out of the budget, but they are still attributable to the sheriff's office. So I have put those costs in the sheriff's office, the law enforcement fund. So that's a new line you see this year. It's not a new expenditure. It used to be paid for directly by the sheriff's office, but now that he's no longer part of our risk program, we're just paying it internally directly without cutting him a check and him cutting us a check back.
Can I ask another question, Mr. Chair? Oh, I should have pressed the button.
Yeah.
Maybe you or George, what is driving this? Is it an experience that he's had, or just a change in mindset?
In fact, he goes out of his way to praise the job that's been done, especially by legal and their team. But it's been pointed out that he's the only sheriff left in the state that is not in the Sheriff's Association program. So he's going to go into that, but has high praise for the service that we've delivered, and we'll continue. There'll be some things that are left over that we'll continue to work on as well. So again, very good relationship with him. It's just a decision that I think he wanted to make to get with the other sheriff's departments.
That's good to know. Thank you.
So I kind of divide this slide into two subtotals, the green lines and the orange or pink lines, the things that I attribute to as VSO core operations and then administration operations. We have to pay, because it's a tax, it's a property tax, we have to pay property appraiser and tax collector commissions out of this fund. We don't attribute those to being law enforcement expenditures. They'd always been paid for by the general fund in the past, so we continue to segment those out separately so we don't call them law enforcement. So we transfer money from sales tax to pay for that piece.
Oh, I got another one. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I need to understand that a little bit better. Repeat that. There are expenses that we have that may be law enforcement related, but we don't want to call them law enforcement. Help me understand that.
When you levy a property tax,
Repeat it.
When you levy a property tax, you have to pay a 2% commission to the tax collector. If we didn't have a law enforcement fund, if we had just the general fund, those expenses would be called tax collector commissions. They wouldn't be called sheriff's office commissions. They wouldn't be attributed to the sheriff's office. So we've had an arrangement for the last 3 or 4 years. It's been in this budget every year that we don't attribute those part of the property taxes to the sheriff. We use the sales tax money to transfer in. That's the orange sections that you see in this budget.
And the reason for that?
Because if we didn't have a law enforcement millage, we would be paying for it out of the general fund anyway.
Which was more beneficial
So
to us.
it's for transparency for the taxpayers to know that when they're paying for law enforcement, that truly is the portion that's going towards law enforcement. None of our administrative expenses that we would be required to pay anyway.
Okay, so there's an accountability for the department. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, I covered all those items that are on those bullets there while keeping the slide up. Next up is the ECHO Fund. I will pause if there were any more questions on law enforcement, though.
Don't see any. Go ahead.
The ECHO Fund is presented at its full maximum voter approved amount of 0.2 mils across the forecast. Probably the most notable thing that I'll point out on this forecast is in the current year budget, the estimate for ECHO grants is listed at $14 million. As you know, the ECHO program council went through a series of recommendations and approved some of them and didn't approve other ones. One of them was to increase the maximum grant amount. So with the maximum grant amount being increased, we have experienced a larger amount of grants being requested this year. The grant cycle actually just closed last week, and we have approximately, it's very close to 14 million, it's $13.9 million of applications for ECHO grants that were just received. We expect that those would be awarded in the October timeframe, part of the next fiscal year budget. That's why you see that $14 million line listed there for ECHO grants. And that does use part of your reserves. That blue line in the middle column, $5.5 million, that's reserves of ECHO being used to fund part of those grants because the grant amounts are larger. We do expect a leveling off, that it won't be $14 million every year. I think there was some pent-up demand due to some delays in rolling out the grant program. So there are accumulations of projects. So we've budgeted, or forecasted, that's probably the right term, forecasted $8 million a year in the out years.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In light of the pending charter amendment, I think we may have discussed this in the past, so I apologize if I don't remember. In the event the amendment passes, does it segregate out the ECHO fund assessment?
If property tax reform passes, it changes your tax base. It doesn't change any of your rates necessarily. Of course, council can act on rates at any time. So if we, in the ECHO fund, approximately 18% of the taxable value is related to homesteads, that first 100,000. That would be the revenue loss to this fund, essentially. Cumulatively, in year two, when you get to the full $250,000, it loses approximately 28% of its revenue. So that is 2.4, I think it's like 2.4, 2.5 in the first year, and 3.6 in the second.
But it doesn't eliminate the program.
Does not eliminate the program.
Thank you, sir.
The program still exists.
Those reductions aren't reflected in this.
They are not.
27.
Yeah, that's why I was asking. So, I mean, because my intent of the question, thank you, Mr. Chair, for following that up, because I want to make sure that we don't overextend ourselves in issuing long-term ECHO grants that we may not be able to pay.
If property tax reform were to pass, in the future, you would have less money available to make ECHO grants, and we would have to adjust the program at that point.
By at least, like he's saying, a third. And then you're going to have the other question, which again we'll get into later, would be, and this will be for whoever gets these grants, if they're a government agency. Typically if you're expanding or putting something new into a park or in a lot of these items, will you be able to afford to operate them?
Yeah, and I guess I know we don't have many from what I can recall, those multi-year grants. What is it called, the super grant or what?
No, we don't have many of those.
Exceptional, yeah.
Right.
There's one being considered, if I'm correct, right?
We
don't even have any more exceptionals. That's
council just changed the grant award amount from 600,000 to 2.5 million. That used to be the exceptional.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're not, extending our credit too far. If that makes sense.
There were, I think, some of the grants that came in at the 2.5 million, but they're all accounted for in this forecast for the 14 million.
Now, the other thing is, this program has been pay as you go, and it's also been, in theory, there's a competition, but we've always been able to have more revenue than people have actually put in. That may change, and it may become more competitive because what we get will be whatever, does come in.
All right. Forever, the math is the exact same one forever for the taxes, the implications of property tax reform. What you see here is we continue to set aside our 15% for land management, which manages all the lands that were acquired under this and the previous program. And we don't budget for land acquisitions. We put all of the money into reserves, and as individual land purchases are made, each time council approves a land purchase, we transfer out of that reserve balance. So the reserves is probably the most important number on this slide. That's the number you have available for land purchases. And the number for FY27 is currently 18 million, but I would say that based on that policy of using reserves, we don't have anything budgeted if there's any purchases between now and September. That would come out of that same $18 million bucket. The purchase that was approved a couple meetings ago for 23 million really did draw down some of this money, and council has previously approved. And if we get to a point where the 18 million is insufficient, that would start to tick up towards our need to bond, which was authority that was granted by the voters, and we now have that IRS resolution in place that allows us to consider anything that council approves from here until a year from now for bonding, if that's something that council wants to do.
That using up of the reserves, that you're including the 15% maintenance fee.
The
in that.
15%
That would-
transfer is on here. It's the second to the last line of the operating expenditures.
Okay.
Okay. All right, general fund. Before I even show a slide, the background. Property tax reform looms. However, we did just get through 5 mini budget workshops in February through April, a review of our core services, seeking direction on what should and should not carry forward into the FY27 budget. There was one service level reduction that was requested by council, and it was just approved today earlier on the consent agenda item related to Votran. That saves our general fund $364,000 a year. That has been factored into this forecast. All the remaining services, based off of the consensus that we saw on the dais, are still factored into this budget. We have not made any service reductions based off of the feedback we received during those workshops. The flat millage is what we've currently presented. The rollback revenue growth is $5 million, and that is the growth in the revenue that's associated with new construction and with population growth. The revenue that's generated above rollback of $6.1 million is approximately 3%, which is less than inflation is. The FY26 adopted to FY26 highlighted changes that we'll go over in detail are that constitutional offices increased by $4.1 million, predominantly driven by the new debt service payment for the Volusia Sheriff's Office building. External expenses are up $1 million, and county departments for the second year in a row are presenting a budget that is down from the prior year, which means that not only are we down, we had to overcome inflation and wage pressures, health insurance costs, retirement. We'll go through that in a minute. The total fund revenues and expenditures are estimated to be down by $3 million. First slide shows you the ad valorem tax number that I was showing there. At a flat millage rate, it's an $11 million increase in revenues, $5 million from new construction, $6.1 million from valuation changes. Sales tax and state revenue sharing combined are up a little bit. Helps us fund the ongoing pressures of the external offices and constitutional offices and our own internal pressures. Hospital district Medicaid contributions are up, but that's only because the costs are up. As you recall, we split 79.05% with the hospital districts to pay our state-required Medicaid contribution. When the state's budget requirement, or what they make us pay, goes up, we in turn ask for 79% of that increase back from the hospital districts. So while there's a $300,000 increase in revenue, there's a $400,000 increase in expense. The only other item that I would highlight here is what I've highlighted in orange, and that is investment income. The budget this year was $7.7 million. The budget projected for next year is $5.5 million, and that comes from 2 different sources. I'll cover that when we get to that slide. And then the one-time revenues. Last year we transferred in the closure of some CARES Act money and some ARPA Act money, and we transferred that into the general fund. That's the $10.8 million that you see in that budget. And we also used $19 million worth of reserves to balance the budget. This year, we don't have similar funds to close for ARPA and CARES Act. We do have one FEMA-related fund that we're Hurricane Irma, that we're transferring in $2.2 million that was related to 250 North Beach Street. I'll actually take a second to say We had some concerns about FEMA and Hurricane Irma and all that stuff. What ultimately came of that was FEMA ended up denying our claim. What we ended up getting was insurance proceeds, and we got $2.2 million of insurance proceeds. Since that project, that building, what we're working on in that area is the courthouse. The reason I'm transferring that, or recommending to transfer that $2.2 million in, is because we've already funded the first $5 million of the courthouse in the previous budget. So it makes sense to utilize some of that insurance proceeds to do that. The other $16.1 million is one-time money that we're using to balance capital. Also, Councilman Kent is not here, but I have left the millage rate components on the bottom of the sheet. Last year he had spoke about making sure that, and I think in Ormond they actually did an actual split or a transfer of their money between capital and operating to make sure that they're not funding recurring expenditures on the back of capital expenditures. Because if you decrease your capital expenditures too much, you might end up in a deferred maintenance situation. It's not a good place to be. So he was astutely pointing out that you need to have capital money that's devoted in your millage, and we are continuing to have approximately 0.25 of our millage going towards capital expenditures in this recommended budget. It actually decreases in the out years, but that's only because the capital requests decrease in the out years. That's when you see the additions to reserves, which we would expect to be potential future capital projects that get identified in future years. I will mention that on this slide, I mentioned before that the $6.1 million that we get from holding the rate flat, that part that's related to value appreciation, that part that's not related to new construction is about 3%. CPI for May versus May is 4.2%. And if you were to average it in, because May's been a little bit higher than some of our previous months, so if you take a 6-month average and you look at the average for the last 6 months to a year prior to that, it's 3.1%. Either way, 3% value increase is in line with inflation. And for the first time in this budget, I've bolded this, we actually have major capital that we are funding with recurring revenue. If you've been listening over the last few years, we've been funding most of our major capital with reserves. Reserves aren't there forever. You use it for this capital project, it won't be there for the next capital project. So eventually you have to fund major capital with ongoing revenues, or you don't do major capital. Our largest source of major capital is dedicating $10 million set aside for the courthouse this year, but our second largest expense is the $5 million annual contribution for roads. That's a recurring expenditure. We really should be using recurring revenues to fund the recurring transfer for roads. And this budget actually does that. We finally have gotten to that point. We factored it in, and it's part of last year's budget, but we were using one-time money to do that.
Ryan.
Yeah.
Paul, you're showing a $6.1 million increase in revenue. That's because of increased property values, but that would also, just to be clear, would also indicate that that's a $6.1 million tax increase spread out throughout the county of various properties.
That is $6.1 million of additional taxes that would be on existing properties, yes.
Okay.
Let up, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I think also, to make sure I understand, a couple lines down, you're saying that's 3%, what the chairman just described. But you're also saying that our cost, based on, if you just want to look at CPI, has gone up 3.1% for the year.
I'm not saying our costs have gone up 3%. I'll show you where the county's expenses have actually gone down.
Oh, okay.
I mentioned before as part of the headline that the county department expenditures are down. We do have an additional debt service payment to make this year for the sheriff's office. The constitutional officers and the judiciary-related expenses are up. External expenses are up. Some of our the investment income is down. I'm glad to report this year, we'll fast forward in a bit, that the beach transfer is relatively stable this year. So that's, last year, remember, we faced some challenges with that, and how do we make up for that revenue? It was really like a budget issue. The only revenue issue we have this year is investment income, and that's due to declining interest rates.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Investment income, speaking of, as we use up our reserves, that leaves less cash available for us to invest. which that's part of why our investment income goes down. But the bigger part of it is the decline in yields. Over the last year, the Fed has decreased interest rates by 0.75%, and we've factored in future expectations as well. I already covered those lines. Here is the elected offices and external expenses. The property appraiser has pretty much held the line. It was a $40,000 increase. Tax collector, what you're seeing here is a function of the tax collector. We pay commissions. So if property tax revenues go up, then commissions go up. So you're seeing the increase related to the commissions going up. Elections, supervisor of elections did submit a $400,000 increase. I believe about $800,000 of it was related to capital for replacing ADA voting machines. ADA. The small line that we have for Office of the Sheriff that still remains in the general fund is a result of the participation agreements. When we transitioned from Amendment 10, the Sheriff's Office in the county, through the County Council, approved a series of participation agreements. We agreed to pay for certain things until certain leases, until those leases end. So there's a small portion of it that's still in the general fund. You can see our new debt service payment of $2.3 million. And then the judicial clerk and guardian ad litem is the second biggest increase. There's actually quite a few things that make that up. It's not a single line item. The clerk's budget in request of us increased by $130,000, or about 3%. We fund local funded court programs like drug court or teen court, pretrial release. Those programs all have staff associated with them. Those staff, we factored in across this forecast a 3% wage increase. There's an increase related to that. They had an increase in capital. We are required under Article 5 of the Constitution to fund public defender and state attorney's office IT, and they've experienced increases in their software contracts. So we're required to fund those increases. There's a couple other ones I don't remember off the top of my head, but it's not a single line item. It just added up to about $809 difference, and it is a big impact of the $4 million. So I highlighted those in pink. That's $48.7 million versus $52.8. That's a $4.1 million increase in elected office expenses. On your external expenses, I won't read each one out. You can see that they've all cumulatively increased. CRA payments is a big one. As the CRAs increase in value, if they increase in value faster than the rest of the properties increase in value, when you keep a flat millage rate, their cost increases. Like this is a 12% increase. Our property tax roll only increased by 5%. That's reflective of the value in the CRAs increasing faster than the value outside of the CRAs. So we're required to pay them more.
If it was this council's desire, how can, and this is probably for a future council meeting, how can we increase the rate of when we can retire CRAs?
I will defer to the county attorney's office.
I know that's a whole nother, we're opening let me put it this way. If the council is interested in hearing that, I could ask them now to vote, and you could bring it back next meeting. How can we retire CRAs? Because it's taking, we got to come up with $90 million of savings. This is $9 million here that is sitting there that we still have to provide all the services for, but we don't get reimbursed for it.
Yes, sir. I think this came up, we sent a memo on it, I think about a year ago maybe. So we'll dust that off and send that back out to you about the possible ways you can handle the CRA.
In addition to the legal possibilities, I would mention that if you have homestead properties in those CRA base areas and they are subject to that exemption, then our CRA payments will also go down if property tax reform passes. It will not be
it won't be a $9 million savings.
It won't be a $9 million savings. It might be probably about 20%, similar to what the property tax roll goes down. That's what I would estimate.
Can I, Mr. Chair? Thank you for bringing up the subject. I think, CRAs, and I don't want to go down the rabbit hole. I don't think it's the right time, but I'll add they're outdated. And we voted for one and we gave away $1 million a year, if you remember. And I said that, what's that saying? Anyway, I don't want to say if I can say, but it's calling. That frame, they'll be calling. And I reminded us then that the day would come here where we need that $1 million, and we're here. But I'll just leave with this, is that I think the replacement for the outdated CRA dysfunction is allowing councils to do independent partnerships or agreements based on areas where we want to invest, right? It modernizes it more. But, that's a topic for another discussion. But if we want to invest in an area, we can make that decision individually based on terms of our agreement. So anyway, I don't like them. Yeah, I don't like them.
I'll note two other things on here. A bit of good news on the Sunrail line. Sunrail actually decreased by $300,000, and that is because the partners, all the finance folks, legal folks, and the operations folks that worked on Sunrail all came together and basically questioned the state and got our budget down. Because right now, the Sunrail CRC Commission still relies on the state to actually provide that service, and we pay based off of what the state's requests and needs are. So we worked with the state to get that down.
I have to add to that, because you're being humble. A lot of that comes from the work that you did and with the working group and getting that down. So thank you for that.
I'll leave that there. I want to give credit to other people, but I'll leave that.
I know.
The Cultural Arts Council, notably, we took note. It is not funded. That is a $600,000 savings. It helps balance this budget and leaves your external expenses increase of approximately $1 million from 40.3 to 41.3 million. Now it's the county departments and transfers. I'll highlight the headline first, the green number. County department budget, $154 million currently. The 27 budget request is $153.9 million. It is a decrease in the face of inflation, in the face of contracts with CPI escalators, health insurance costs, retirement costs, everything else that we're faced with. I have a slide that goes over that in detail. Maybe a couple things to point out as far as if you had any questions. The PEMT line, the estimate for that, up a little bit. That's because the state didn't execute the PEMT program on time, so we actually have to make up 2 years of it. We didn't spend it in 25, we have to carry it forward to 26. That's why that estimate looks out of line compared to the rest of that line. The public protection line, good news, it is an increase, but there's a good news behind that increase. Corrections is almost fully staffed, or is fully staffed, depending on the day. And that means that we can't count on some of the vacancies that we used to budget for. So we have to fund the entire budget. Joe out at the corrections has done, and Randa together have done a great job in fully staffing the jail. There is a cost associated with it, though. One other notable thing, we have defunded throughout this FY27 budget $1.6 million of positions, so positions that have been vacant for a period of time. We've went through and we've said those are not only frozen, but they're unfunded. We don't have the money to pay for them next year. Because we've done so much of that, where we've just culled it right out of the budget, it will make it harder for us next year to do the $5 million that we've always put in. That blue line that you're seeing on the screen, we've always committed to finding $5 million of savings. Some of that comes from those positions that don't get filled. When we cut positions that have had a long time hard to recruit, and we put that right into the gross budget in the lines above, then we're not going to be able to find those same savings. So by cutting $1.6 million of positions, it has made it harder to find the $5 million of savings. So we've reduced that line to $4 million. Before I go to that next slide, I'll point out, like I said before, the total budget for the beach, the subsidy for the beach, has declined from $17.3 million to $17.1 million. Because it's a decline and it's pretty close, I didn't bring that forecast to you to actually show, but it will be part of your recommended, or it will be part of a book that you get in the future. 3% wage increase, FRS rate increases, health insurance, the correction staffing that I mentioned, the contract CPI escalators, they've all been absorbed by doing some of the other things that I've mentioned there, which are highlighted on this slide. So the total cost pressures for wage increases, health insurance, retirement, and the correction staffing are about $5.6 million increase. Department reductions and cost shifts, $2.6 million. Part of that is the $1.6 million of positions that we defunded. Another part of that is, if you recall last meeting, I mentioned that in the fire fund, that Station 15, the Tiger Bay station, does hazmat and also does local calls. We've shifted that funding model to have the default place that it gets funded into the fire fund. That's going to save us $1 million in the general fund. That's the other million of that $2.6 million. I mentioned the aggregate savings available adjustment due to the fact that we've made so much of those changes. Other operating and transfers, there's a whole list of things that make up that piece. And then capital and carry forward roll off. While the millage rate dedicated to capital is stable, we do have less capital expenditures that are in the county manager section of the budget, predominantly in the facilities area. We've returned basically to a 2019-2020 level of facilities budgeting, even in the face of inflation in that area. So we will have a little bit less money available to do facilities projects, but it's not unsustainable. It's just back to the 2019-2020 levels. So it is a decrease in capital, but I don't think it'll lead to any adverse effects to our facilities.
We've been pretty aggressive just in, several years ago, we really started to invest in our older buildings, and you see the work. And so, like what he's saying is we can cut it back a little bit, and it shouldn't hurt us because of the work with Jim Corbett and Janine Jennings and her team have done to, again, put us in good position where our buildings are in good shape and we don't have to spend quite as much right now. Except the jail. Well, I was going to say the jail, there's always stuff going on in the jail. We can talk that later, but that's...
Yeah, the major capital improvement items you see here are not part of the county department's budget. These are separate tagged items. We're using reserves mostly to fund these. Most notably, I talked about it last meeting, the $10 million. We label it a set aside for potential design. This is not a commitment to spend. It is just tagging part of our reserves as $10 million for judicial project. There'll be a lot more discussions on that before we ever move forward. The corrections air handler replacement and fire suppression is actually a carry forward project. Go ahead. That is a carry forward project. It was $3.9 million in FY26. It hasn't been completed in this year. They estimate to complete it next year. They did add $600,000 to the budget due to inflation in cost of projects. And then there's also the corrections window replacement project at $4 million.
Okay. Vice Chair Reinhardt
Thank you,
wants
Chair.
to question the windows.
On the windows, now, I heard this correctly, George, and that's something that's just ongoing. That's just going to, $4 million isn't going to replace, you're talking about exterior windows or interior windows or all?
Well,
the reason why I asked that, for full disclosure, is you've seen them yourselves where they're stress cracked and they've been in there
a lot of them are
since-
going to go away. What's going to happen?
That's where I was going. Okay. So, because you don't have to have the lighting requirement.
Exactly. So what we're going to do is fill them.
So 19, just for full disclosure for people out there, there are windows in those cells, but they don't need them. That back in the old requirement of so much natural light had to be brought into the cell, those requirements have changed. So I was glad to hear that they are going away. Okay, thank you. So that's what that money's going towards, is removal and replace with
brick.
Whatever.
Or whatever material, right?
Yeah.
So if you want to see the light, don't go to jail.
There's two projects that I look at as almost recurring capital projects. That's our energy conservation measures, because we're budgeting for them in the out years. And then the $5 million set aside for roads. Those are projects that, since they're recurring in nature, it's best if we don't use non-recurring money to fund them. So the projects that are non-recurring in nature here are the $10 million set aside, the $4.5 million, and the $4 million. So you got $18 million worth of projects. We have about $18 million worth of one-time revenue balancing this budget. So we're funding these major capital projects not with current tax dollars, but with prior year savings. The only project in the out years is the FEC train trestle dredging project. There are no other projects. That's why I mentioned earlier that we don't have major capital forecasted in these out years, but something will come up, I'm sure. And that's where the gray line, where you see revenues less expenditures, that's what we would have available in those years to fund those type of major capital projects if you didn't want to use reserves. This year, we don't have an addition. We're using reserves to balance the budget. This is a summary of where the reserves are. Above it is a category summary. It's the same exact budget you just saw, but based off of category: personnel, operating, reimbursements, capital, etc. On the reserve summary, the contingency reserves are budgeted at 1% of expenditures. The reserve for future capital is essentially the balance of reserves after your emergency reserves. So you have your general fund emergency reserve at 10%, which is the council policy. I would note that GFOA, the national, not the Florida, the National Government Finance Officers Association, has a recommendation of 16% for fund balance. Council's policy is 10. We're funding it at the 10. The law enforcement fund equivalent emergency reserve, there are no emergency reserves in the law enforcement fund. If we did have a big disaster, it is foreseeable that there would be a law enforcement impact to that as well. And so we set aside an equivalent law enforcement fund emergency reserve. The balance is your reserves for future capital. Your reserves are going down from FY26 to FY27 because, again, we're using them to fund or set aside money for that courthouse design and those corrections projects. But they do recover in the out years.
Ryan, if you can go back to personnel services, first describe that for me. What all is that covering?
Personnel services covers wages, salaries, benefits, those things.
Proactively, the county manager has already, and you've said we're not filling unfilled positions, so that should reduce that, but it goes up every year. Is that a reflection of standard raises every year, or?
It's a reflection of the 3% wage increase and the cost of health insurance, retirement rates. The state relatively held the retirement rates relatively flat. There was an exception, and that is the high-risk retirement rate. The high-risk retirement rate increased about $500,000 in the general fund, which was it's a state mandate of sorts. And that was associated with the fact that the state legislature restored the COLA on retirees for high-risk employees.
Just for the high risk.
Just for the high risk.
Not for the rest. I also want to point out one thing in the, he mentioned the benefits. Our intent going into this year is to hold the employee premiums the same. So last year for health insurance. So they went up last year, but we're going to hold them.
Good. Yeah.
All right. I covered all that. So, my conclusion on our general fund: reducing the the millage rate below the proposed flat rate could create fiscal exposure as we go into an environment where our property tax base will be declining. Declining the rate even further is like multiplicative on top of itself. There'd be a smaller buffer next year for all the cuts that we have to make. Flat rate currently sits below growth and inflation, and capital in the $5 million road program are now being funded by recurring revenue, not a draw on reserves. Before I move to the MSD, any questions?
Put some 93 octane in that thing.
Okay. The Municipal Service Fund, a Municipal Services District Fund, is presented at a flat rate. You may recall in prior years that I mentioned that this fund has a future of potential trouble. And that's without property tax reform. That continues to be the case here. We are drawing down on reserves every year to fund operating expenses of this fund. But you look at the total reserves, and we have a very high reserve position. So we can afford to draw $3 million of reserves for quite a while before it becomes a problem. So we're not recommending anything other than a flat rate. I'm not recommending a millage rate increase because we have a structural imbalance or anything like that. So there is potential trouble in the future without property tax reform. With property tax reform, everything is going to be relooked at. But it's in the same place that it was last year. The sheriff's office budget is what drives this fund. Your property tax revenues are $22 million. Your transfer to the sheriff's office is $29. So the property taxes don't even cover the cost of the law enforcement that's being provided in the unincorporated area. What's covering that difference is utility taxes and sales taxes, which also pay for all the rest of the services that are done in the unincorporated area, like animal control, West Side mosquito control. A lot of your growth and resource management only occurs in the unincorporated area, so it's not budgeted in the general fund.
Maintaining your local roads.
Maintaining your local roads.
Dirt roads.
Last fund is the Stormwater Utility Fund. It's our only non-taxing fund that we look at, that we're looking at this year. We only bring non-taxing funds if there's something we need to point out and start a conversation about, and that is the fee for the stormwater assessment. Council did raise it, I believe, 2 years ago at this point, factoring in this next year's budget without an increase. And at its current forecast, we would no longer be able to afford capital projects in FY30.
Yeah, I just want to point out, I mean, Ryan's right. We just wanted to start this conversation. We're not expecting anything tonight, but what you're going to see here, or you're looking at, is just about the time all those projects that, from the studies and the work that we've been doing, are converted into actual construction projects. You're not going to have any money in that fund to do that. So we're going to have to really address that. Most of the cities are addressing that, and we'll have to do the same. You guys had directed us before when we had talked about it, and you didn't raise it as much as we had asked. But I think the direction at that time was come back when you have those projects. So that's what we're setting it up to do. We'll be showing you as they come out what needs to get done. So that's the purpose of today.
So the next steps are we will receive the final values from the property appraiser on July 1st, and we'll be bringing the recommended budget at our July meeting, July 21st, at which time we'll have to set tentative millage rates for the trim notices. And those budget requests, that recommended budget will be what you see here, which, as a recap, was based off of service levels and directions for the 3 months worth of forecasts that we went through, 3 months worth of service level presentations that we went through. Any questions?
Oh, yes, Councilman Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Just one brief one, really. It's mostly for George. July 21st is our next meeting. I'm just double checking. That is an afternoon meeting, correct? Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, the 4 o'clock meeting. Yeah. Unless you guys want to go earlier.
Busy day.
One other question on back to page 26, I think it is, and you talk about reducing the millage rate below the proposed flat rate creates fiscal exposure. It erodes reserves.
That's my way of saying we're already looking at declining values. Your tax revenue is values times rate. If you're already potentially about to have a big decrease in values, if you also have a decrease in rate, it's going to make it even harder to make the reductions next year.
That's only true if we don't look at spending. If we reduce spending, then a reduced rate is more feasible.
If we reduce spending and we look at service levels so that we can fiscally sustain
it'll affect them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we have really difficult decisions ahead. Sooner or later, we're going to have to to make them.
It ties in because, like I've mentioned it a few times, and it's on purpose. Service levels drive budget. We just got done with a 3-month series looking at service levels, and we didn't get any feedback to reduce service levels. So we're going to need that.
Okay. When's your deadline for that? Not reducing service levels, as you just said, reducing spending levels. This council could still give you recommendations for reducing spending before you give us the budget.
Last meeting. I mean, you can give them going forward, but we're going to go forth with a budget as our direction tonight. And of course, we have adjusted it, after that, but the published budget will come out based off of what we've talked to so far. And then, what's happened in previous years in August, there's usually some more conversation. And then, of course, final conversation in September at the actual hearings.
Budget's not set until the final hearing in September.
That's the answer.
But as far as the recommended budget, that's the very next meeting. So if there's changes you want to see based off of what we just presented, we need to hear them now.
Okay. Thank you for making that clear. Good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have, before we vote on anything or give any direction, we have one member of the public who wanted to speak. If he's still here, is Gary Singleton here? He left? Okay, then we don't have any members of the public wanted to speak on this. We don't need a vote to approve this. The council or the staff put this on the agenda for direction. And you heard what was just said. If you have spending recommendations, they need them ASAP. So that concludes item 10, unless there's any other questions from anybody, which brings us to the final public participation. And we have a couple. John Nicholson.
That was an awful lot. So it's not really $100 million. It's only sort of kind of $100 billion if the thing passes, sort of. I have a hard time understanding budgets. My mother was an accountant, and when I ran a business, I always gave it to somebody else to do. But it still comes to the fact that it appears that Tallahassee not only does not want us to have home rule, they don't want us to have any money either. Because no matter how you look at it, only $100 million is not only $100 million to a lot of us in the public. It's still a lot of money. It's still a loss of something. I don't think any of you guys are going to propose fire, police, services of any kind. You've got Votan, public libraries, leisure services, recreation. Which of those do you feel comfortable cutting? And I know I've teased you guys about finding a Republican, all right? It's a Republican governor who's proposing this. And I'm told that they are doing this with the knowledge that it's going to fail, all right? That the public will obviously not vote against, will vote for this. And whether they vote for or against it, we're going to lose, all right? Because you're being tight with your money, all right? I don't mind and I understand and I agree that the 25,000 homestead exemption 70 years ago was not a lot of money compared to today. But it was compared to the housing back then. My mother bought her house for $5,000, bought my first house for $33,000. You can't get a house anywhere for $33,000. So raising to 150 would be fine. You would have to cut something back, obviously, but with the development, et cetera, it really wouldn't be a big hit. So how do we convince the public, and I think that's what your job is, not mine, convince them that we can't do this. Thank you.
Susan Schreiber? I'm sorry, Suzanne. I'm a little...
Suzanne Schreiber, Dream Green Volusia. I'm not sure that the council understands the level of advocacy that I've done along with some others. And for me personally, it wasn't trashing anyone. I've spoken at the roundtable of elected officials. I think the flood mitigation, I met with 5 of you all, Chase Tremont, Nancy Miller, Mike Ponatowski, 8 different cities, and 10 cities sent letters of support back in March. Team Volusia, poor Mr. Rechtenwald has probably heard me deliver the same speech 5 times. It's got to get pretty boring. I just want to say, when I met with you, Mr. Robbins, I didn't take it negative or positive. I had no expectations from you, but I did talk to you, the same as everyone else. And the only thing that I took away was you told me that I was going to need a lot of Republican votes. I think that was honest. I didn't take it as nefarious, or I didn't even take it as political. This is 7 Republicans for local government. You're the highest government in the county. Why would I not come here and speak numerous times? I don't think I've spoke as many as John Nicholson yet. And I don't plan on that, John, so don't worry about the competition. Ain't going to happen. But I've spoken to just about everyone I could think of that I know, and if there was more time, I would talk to more people. I have literally talked to everyone that I could think of, on both sides of the aisle even. I do understand we live in a red county, and I do need Republican votes. You're right about that. So that's why I have come in here so many times to the highest government locally in Volusia County. And Mr. Rechtenwald, I appreciate you listening to me, like, I don't know how many times, because he literally has probably heard me more than all of you and everyone else. So, not going to apologize for advocacy. I'm not, I would just say it's unfortunate as to what happened tonight. I do appreciate Mr. Brown's legal, straightforward advice, answering your questions. So thank you all for your time.
Thank you for your advocacy. Catherine Pante.
Good evening, Council. The County Council and Charter Review Commission continue to emphasize that Volusia Forever Land has never been sold, and that their proposed amendment strengthens protections by requiring a supermajority vote and enhanced public notice before any sale. However, that is not my concern. My concern is the loophole created in subsection 3, which allows conservation land to be used for a county public purpose. This provision effectively eliminates the requirement for both a council vote and public notice. Notably, this critical exception was intentionally omitted from the ballot language, meaning voters will never see it when casting their ballots. Omitting such a significant provision from the ballot language is deceptive and prevents the public from fully understanding the amendment's implications. Florida Statute 12535 establishes the baseline requirements for sale, conveyance, or lease of county property. Under that statute, a simple majority vote of the council is required, along with public notice published in a newspaper for 2 consecutive weeks. Without this amendment, the county would still be required to provide this public notice. I will repeat, subsection 3 removes the council vote and public notice requirements. Given the repeated assurances from council members that conservation land has never been sold, we would be better served by relying on the existing protections in Florida Statute 12535 rather than creating a new exception that weakens transparency and accountability. My concern remains the same. The county public purpose language in subsection 3. 1 council member and 2 Charter Review Commission members have repeatedly signaled their desire to use conservation land for infrastructure projects. Those should be funded through impact fees. The inclusion of this exception creates a pathway for such uses without public oversight otherwise required. The purpose of conservation land is permanence. The definition of perpetuity is forever. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. That concludes public comment for the end of our meeting and opens it up to the county manager for.
Yes, sir. I have a couple items tonight. First off, you should have received at your desk, we got a request from the Florida Department of Transportation, and they need action on this item here very shortly. It's their request for support that goes up to the U.S. Secretary of Transportation for their I-4 ultimate improvements. They're specifically looking to get funding for the segment north of 434, which they're now calling from the ultimate improvement to the northern section. So this will come up into Volusia County. I know one of the projects that's really pushing forward would be to widen the bridge over St. Johns River and improve the Dirksen interchange. Will be part of that.
Move to approve the letter.
Yeah. Thank you. We have a motion to approve the letter by David Santiago, second by Vice Chair Reinhardt. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? And that carries 6-0.
I just also wanted to mention, Lynn Flanders brought this forward. The Ocean Center is going to host a community kickoff event July 1st to celebrate America 250 and Daytona Beach's 150th anniversary. It's a public event at the Ocean Center lawn from 6 to 8 p.m. for a free concert that will be featuring 3 local bands. So we encourage anyone to bring a lawn chair and enjoy an evening of music, as we also try to continue our series of interacting with the local community, with give our local bands some exposure as well.
What's the date of that?
July 1st. Okay. Lastly, I can provide a more detailed report, but I want to say, there was a mention today about this stormwater. In all of my weekly briefings to you, we try to highlight 1 or 2 projects, but I want to say the Road and Bridge Division, which I think we have Lori here tonight, they have full-time crews, and that's all they do. So there's constantly crews out there. They're in, I think we have something like over 1 million feet of canals and ditches. So they're constantly in them. They have a schedule that's based on need, based on what they inspect. I think I've mentioned it before. We inspect our canals and ditches, I think, 8 times more than the national engineering standard that's out there. So we do a lot of inspection because things change. I mean, every one of these thunderstorms or something that we have, a tree could come down into the canal, something could happen, so they have to constantly go back around. But they have a schedule. They're constantly on it. They have crews on the east side and the west side. It's a huge county, so, they're often working in areas you don't see them. A lot of these canals and ditches go out through the woods, and so they're out in those areas as well. I think someone mentioned something about Deep Creek. Some of the things get confused, by the way. They're not necessarily canals and ditches. They're actual natural streams, which we don't maintain those. Those we have to get, if we get special grant money from the University of Florida and the USDA, they have a program for that. Of course, at one time, the state used to do a lot of that. If it was a navigable waterway, they would do that. They have cut back, as I think, we've had some folks in here before talking about some of the cases of that, like up along Lake Talmadge. So, but I just want to assure the council that they're out there all the time, and they're definitely have upped their game, but they've always had good game on it. And I will also say the mosquito control ditches, remember, they were built for mosquito control purposes, and there is an issue that was brought out. I mean, a lot of them are used, unfortunately, for drainage conveyances, and so it provides a kind of a tricky funding issue for us, because you got mosquito control, which with their mission is to control mosquitoes, and the maintenance of those canals and ditches is different than full-blown drainage. So we try to work together, but we have areas where we don't have, for instance, mosquito control is they're taxed on the entire east side, so you can use that part, but our stormwater utility, which we just mentioned a minute ago, that's only in the unincorporated county. So in some of these, you have to figure out, well, how can we fund these things, given the different types of funding mechanisms that we have. But we're out there all the time. We have very specialized equipment, and I can assure you that they're going as fast as they can keep that equipment going. But a lot of people, if they don't see us for a while, they don't think we're out there, but they're out there. They have, again, we have crews, but you dig these things and you clean them things, hundreds of feet at a time, but remember, there's millions of feet that you got to get to. So just want to remind everybody, of that, and we'll continue. And we have mapping that I know they've talked about, and a dashboard that's coming, if it's not already out there, where you'll be able to see more and more where those projects are and what those ditches are. That was provided, I think, at the last roundtable meeting, and so more of that to follow, so that the people will be able to see exactly where they are working. Did I miss anything?
George, as part of sometimes the confusion on Deep Creek is a lot of those conveyance canals are on private property.
Well, you have that too, right? There are canals that are totally owned by other people. So, and you see some of that out in the Samsula area, because there were canals and ditches that were built to drain farmland, and so and many of those go back, and we have no right of way or no easements or anything to be in there. So again, we have used some specialized federal funding to help out with that, but in some cases they're just not ours to maintain.
Right.
All right.
That's
all
it?
I have. Yep.
Okay, County Attorney.
Nothing to report.
All right, thank you. Then we'll start with council members. Vice Chair Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. First thing, Ben, can I call on you for a second? Thanks, man. Thank you, George, for bringing up the canal systems, and I know it is important. I personally live on the B-19. B-19 is a very, very large, and you could probably give me how many miles it goes, Ben. It's multi-city, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, sir. It runs from near where you are, which are the headwaters from the Daytona International Airport, all the way down through Port Orange.
All the way through Port Orange. So that's a very large canal system, some of which is maintained by the city of Daytona.
There's some feeder branches that are maintained
and I can say that because my in-laws,
yes, sir. There's a
it's
ditch
right there.
Yeah, but the backbone, if you will, is entirely maintained by the county.
And I will say, you know, there are things that do happen, just for full disclosure, like George had alluded to with trees drop down. If you remember, I called and said, hey, there's a tree down in my neighbor's part of the canal. I see it. And a day later, I'm thinking, okay, that tree better be gone. I go out there with my phone and oh, never mind. I didn't even see you. It was gone. So I commend you for that. So it is taken serious when people call and people report it. The canals are cleaned out. This is what I wanted to ask you. Deeper isn't necessarily better, correct?
Correct.
So
in a lot of places, you know, you're constrained by the water table, the tide, tidal conditions, all those kinds of
So
things.
those are, you know, we're a tidally influenced county. So much of that goes into a larger basin, and therefore you're going to have that water backflow. If you dig it deeper, you have to dig it deeper the entire way, which is now associated with a cost.
Including any pipes that might be in there with
Movement of those
inverts.
pipes?
So
Yep.
Typically, you're going, we call them pipe inverts, but it's the bottom of the pipe, invert to invert.
Gotcha.
To make sure you got proper.
So thank you for clarifying that. But then wider, I don't want you taking my property. So in order to do wider, you're talking about eminent domain and taking away people's property. And I kind of like my backyard. So now you can take away as much as you want from the apartment complex behind me. I'm not going to complain, but that being said, it would require that. And that oftentimes upsets people like me if that was to happen. So thank you for clarifying that. I just want to put that out there. But thank you for a job well done with maintaining those.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
The next thing, George, you spoke about the 4th of July or the 1st of July. I will tell one important thing that Ms. Flanders told me: bring your own chair. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, so bring your own chair. So I plan on being there. So front row seat, right next to Troy. The next thing I want to talk about, Troy, last meeting you brought up Tammy Jo Baker, and it was brought up tonight by a constituent, and I thank you for that. That happened right there in my district, and since that time, I've actually reached out and spoken with the family. I talked to the granddaughter, Hannah. The family's taking it very hard, obviously, but we talked for a little bit about, you know, some of the safety measures that, thank you, Suzanne, for letting me know, and thank you for letting me know what the other measures were, that we are taking measures to protect that better. And there are some ideas for the future to do that, which I won't get into tonight. But that being said, because of that horrific accident and the fact that she was a longtime county employee before she went with the private industry for the toll collection, Tammy Jo Baker, I'm just going to put it out there. I'd like to make a recommendation, if it's okay with you guys, if I can get support on it, to kind of rename that ramp after her. So I'll make that motion. Danny made the second. Thank you, Danny.
East ISB.
East ISB, the Dunlawton ramp, the beach access ramp. And I know that there are some ideas about a park bench being placed there, and I love that idea, but I just think, I'm going to use that word, Suzanne, in perpetuity.
Can I interject?
Sure.
I'm supportive of the idea. Maybe we should direct staff to look at all the traps and pitfalls and what they may have to
Absolutely, bring it back.
send that to
Bring
us,
it back.
and then
Yes,
we
I'm
vote
sorry.
on it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
to
I
bring it back,
check
to
the
bring back the
boxes.
information.
Yeah, if I may, my intent was to bring it back, the following meeting, we're ready to bring back the naming policy that you guys had
Oh, that's
asked us
right,
to have.
that's right. Thank you.
So if we could, I'd like to bring that back. And then if you guys approve that policy, we would follow that procedure and how to
Thank
do
you for
the
reminding me of that.
I had one other question for you, George, on that, because that is, it's such an important ramp. It would be great for a memorial. It also, and this is no disrespect for the woman that was killed, but it would also be a possibility to actually rename the ramp for revenue purposes that we're going to need in the future. Is it possible to make it a memorial ramp that doesn't actually change the name of it, but a memorial ramp like we had considered?
Yeah, I think we definitely could look at that. I mean, that's the type of thing I think we should kind of hash out a little bit. I mean,
okay.
So I don't necessarily think you have to, one has to preclude the other. So I think we can work together on that.
Okay. Well, thank you, and thank you for reminding me about that. I appreciate that. And the last thing I want to break up, and I'm putting it out there for discussion. We talked ad nauseum about it, I know. And I said it before, there were a lot of aspects about the forever issue and the Alachua model, and I understand. And listen, I liked it. There were a lot of things I liked about it. I'm not going to rehash that. I'm not going to get into that. There were 6 different attorneys now that have come up to me and told me, and I know what you said, and I respect that, but I'm being told, quite the opposite. But that's irrelevant now at this point. So we voted on that tonight. And if this does pass at the polls, is it possible that we can at least, because one of the biggest issues I saw in this whole thing was public access, and that whole issue about public access. So let's say that goes forward. Say it does pass. Can we at least have the discussion about defining public access? And what I mean by that is your Florida area ratio, your limited functions directly tied to the protection and the management of that property, public access itself, security, conservation of the land, boardwalks, park ranger stations, things of that nature. We need to have some sort of, instead of the broad stroke of what that is, at least define it. We're not saying we're changing anything. We're just going to define what that's in that referendum. That's already there. But can we define that part of it is all I want to say. Can we discuss that?
Councilman Santiago.
Yeah, Matt, you and I were thinking the same, because I was going to talk along those lines during my comments. So I think we should have the discussion.
And we're not talking about changing anything, just defining it.
Yeah, to have that discussion to what to define it to.
I agree.
Is what I mean, and bring clarity to what.
Even an ordinance that specifies what that is.
Yeah, and I don't know what the answers are, but I think we should have the conversation.
So I'll make that motion to at least bring it back if this does in fact pass.
After it passes.
After it passes, that we can bring that possibility of that discussion back.
Bring it back at time.
Time whenever. Yeah,
we
we
also
won't know
add that
until.
you will also, on all these properties, you also put on you vote on a management plan, which is often where this stuff gets discussed. So there's already been, and some of the properties that we have, and of course they're constantly, trying to stay up with things, but you've seen things like primitive campsites, you've seen things, like you said, trails and pathways.
Yeah.
So, but we can definitely bring that forward, and maybe it's a list of things that you want to see in a management plan.
Just define it better. Yeah, even define the management plan better. Absolutely.
Right.
Okay. Well, thank you. That makes me
Definitely
happy.
something we're working on.
If
So
there's
thank you.
no opposition to that, we'll just approve it by unanimous consent?
Yep.
Okay.
Works for me. Thank you. And that's all I had, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Robbins. Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just got one thing. In following up with your beach safety stuff, Matt, I'll just use that terminology. I have a discussion that I'd like to share with you all and ask for support for some options. I want to share a personal experience that I had this weekend as it pertains to beach safety. In light of the most recent death that we had, not just the mother, the worker, but the child that was killed a few weeks ago also. I had my family decided to do a birthday party at the beach for one of my granddaughters. And, they call me the paranoid grandpa. And I'm like, let's go to the non-driving beach. But I got voted out. So we went to the driving beach, and, my daughter's joking with me. Dad's going to be, freaking out the whole time because I have 6 grandkids. And so I went, I joked with them. I said, I'm coming out with a whistle and red shorts, right? Even though I didn't do that. So we set up our camp. We went to New Smyrna, and we set up our 2 tents, and we parked in a safe area where it says we're supposed to park. And then we set up our tents just outside of the driving lanes, because we have driving lanes on the beach where people are supposed to drive. So we had what I call my little family safety meeting with the kids, and say, you all stay from this side of the tent forward. That's where you stay. Nobody comes to the backside. And I even had my chair on the backside of the tent, playing border guard, I guess you could call it. And a few times we had the kids test the border, and we had to correct them. You don't go that way. You stay over here. You play in this area. Yeah, I played CO. So we did that, and then after maybe halfway through the day, we had a gap in between our tent and another tent, maybe about 20 feet. 2 Jeeps come flying in. I'm exaggerating a little bit on the flying in, but they were, let's just say, they were already violating the speeding rule of the beach. They fly into our side, and my family, my son-in-laws, and immediately we're like, hey, we start yelling, what are you doing? Whistling. The cars stop, and the response from one of the drivers immediately was, read the effing tag. That was what he said. Yelling that out. And we're like, what are you talking about? We don't know what's happening. Read the effing tag. So, it's a handicap tag. And then he yells back, I can drive wherever the F I want to anywhere on this beach. And we're like, what is he talking about? So there was a few words that went back and forth. They decided to drive away and went up to another area, driving through the pedestrians that are in the safe zone, and parked probably about from here to the blinds, close to the water, because it was low tide. So they parked there. So I asked one of our staffers, I understand that we have an ordinance that allows people with disabled tag to drive anywhere on the beach. So, by the way, at the time that car came flying in, my 6 grandkids were playing in that area. So, we got somebody coming up. So, maybe we can get some direct. First of all, I want to know if that is an ordinance that we allow that, and that's not safe. And the reason I say that is because parents, me and myself, we have the expectation when we go to the beach that anything that way is the safe zone because we have driving lanes. And why, if we have that ordinance, if somebody can clarify that, I'd like for this council, given the recent attentions, and by the way, I'm supportive of beach driving, but we need to make beach driving safer because that could have been a horrific scene that I experienced, and I don't want any family to go through it. And this guy, obviously, if it's true, has a privilege that he was abusing, in my opinion, the way he was acting and the way he drove. Is that permissible?
Right. So the Beach Code does establish, so we're going to MTC Act Public Protection. The Beach Code does establish that we can establish where the parking areas are. It does not speak specifically, and legal, please correct me if I'm wrong, but it does not speak specifically to where disabled parking can be. Now, operationally, we have allowed disabled parking to park east of the traffic or the travel lane or the traffic lane and as close to the water really as they can. Not to say that they can just drive anywhere that they want to. I think that would be probably an incorrect statement. But yes, they have been able to park through an operational decision east of the traffic lane.
That's policy.
That's policy.
That's policy. So we can't
Typically, that's just it's just on the east side of the lane, not down to the edge of the water. Now, what's happened, of course, we have high tide, we have things occurring that shrinks the beach, but basically they can park on the east side, which is typically the flatter, compacted side, so that people can get out of their vehicle that are in a disabled situation with maybe a wheelchair or some device like that. That's the genesis of it, but they can't go willy-nilly driving like they were trying to do, apparently, by your description.
Yeah, and by the way, I don't want to take away any capabilities of someone who's disabled in a wheelchair or something like that having access to the beach. That's not the intent. I think the problem we have here is that the general public doesn't know that. I think it's fair to believe that most parents will know that this beach lane from here forward is the safe lane, is the safety spot. So maybe we could consider alternatives to that where there are designated areas where beachgoers, like myself, I go once or twice a year, or somebody new to the beach, knows that from here it can be disabled parking privilege and cars can cross that area. Because all you see when you drive in the beach, you see the signs that say drive lanes. And right here. Obviously, I serve on this council. I had no idea they could do that. Right? And think about a visitor coming here. Right? They wouldn't know absolutely nothing. So if we're going to allow that capability, is this council okay for staff to consider maybe designated areas with signage that people can come there and see that disabled vehicles or persons can use or park in this area? Obviously, that would have to be managed based on high tides and low tides, right? Clearly. But if we have the signs that say drive lanes, there's nothing that stop us from having a few more signs that say disabled or whatever handicap parking areas, and not allow that anywhere else other than the designated areas.
Councilman Kent, do you have a?
Councilman Santiago, a couple of things for you. First of all, I publicly applaud you for your vigilance in protecting your family. Number one, and being the leader of that family, I applaud you. Number two, I am sorry that you had the experience you had with someone who was, sounds like not only driving wildly inappropriately, but their language was, again, out of bounds and not okay for a wholesome day at the beach or anywhere. Chairman, if I can have a little latitude, I'm going to give a very quick, true story of something I witnessed 22 years ago. I tell you that because my sweet baby boy is 19, getting ready to turn 20, and he's going to be having a fit when he hears that I called him my sweet baby boy at a council meeting, and he's darn near 20 years old. But 22 years ago, I was on the beach with now my wife, but my girlfriend at the time, and we were down there, and what I'm going to tell you happened. In my opinion, no one did anything wrong. Sometimes there's just accidents. There was a person driving below the 5 mile per hour, 10 mile per hour speed limit, both hands on the wheel, windows down, paying attention, radio not on. There was a mother holding her child next to the drive lanes, holding the child's hand. Child was holding the parent's hand. There was a seagull that landed on the other side of the drive lanes. The kid darted out to go chase the bird and got bumped by the car. Child did not die. Looked like they had a broken collarbone. I witnessed the whole thing. I'm telling you this because you may or may not like my answer for you on what to do in the future. But I am a huge advocate for beach driving. And I made a decision right then and there that I would never take my children to a drive area of the beach while they were little children, because the mom didn't do anything wrong, the kid didn't do anything wrong, the seagull didn't do anything wrong, the woman driving didn't do anything wrong. I mean, she was beside herself with what happened. EVAC was there. Back then, County ran the beach, of course, they were there. It was just an unfortunate situation and an accident. But I made the decision never until my boy Wyatt was about 10 years old. Now, we walked to the beach from our house. Not until he was over 10. I went to Tom Rennick Park up north by the sea. I went to North Shore Park up north by the sea. I went to Andy Romano Park where there's no drive sections because it scared me. What I saw, it scared me. And I'm sorry your family outvoted you. You should have used your veto power. Because when I have little kids with me, we don't go there. But in the future, I would tell you, take your family to Andy Romano Park in Ormond Beach. Take your family to areas of Daytona that are no drive sections, because then you don't have to worry as much about what you're experiencing. Because those people with handicap placards, they do get to park closer to the water. And many of them, I mean, they absolutely use it appropriately. You had an unfortunate situation. I'm sorry that happened. It was not okay. I don't know if we as a staff, George, need to revamp everything because of that. I think we would be better getting the message out to people. If you have little children, go to no drive sections of the beach. And listen, that was just the Troy Kent style. That's what I did. We didn't walk across the street until he was over 10 because I knew that I could twist him into a knot and he would listen to me, and not run after a bird or something. I'm sorry that happened to you.
Yeah, and Troy, let me bring clarification a little bit too to a couple things and to my colleagues, because I'm going to make this statement first very clear. This is important to me, all right? And I'm not doing it for me. I'm doing it for the thousands of other kids I seen on that beach. No matter what kind of signage we say, it It's not going to make a difference. And yes, I probably should have used, they would have told me to stay home probably because I was freaking out at the beach. But the point here is we have set the parameters for an unsafe situation, right? Are we going, now that we've had someone that ran through a toll collecting, I forgot what we call it, but a toll collecting person, we're putting barriers in front of it. Are we going to wait for a child to be run over when a handicapped person goes into an area where the average person would believe that they are in a safe area that's not drivable? Because the county says driving lanes. We don't put that driving lane sign all the way at the water and on the side. So our visitors that come here think that cars can only be here. And George, going back to your point, and I think you're trying, even if they could only go just east of the driving lanes, people don't know that. So you could have a tent just east of the driving lane, and you have an open spot, and your children are playing right there, and someone can just pull up into the spot next to you east of the driving lane. So we have the conditions. That scenario probably hasn't happened. Who would have ever guessed a toll booth, someone would fly through it? Never would have guessed it, maybe. Newton's law, right? So when I seen that, I'm like, we can't allow this because we are setting the stage by lying to people, by saying that the driving lane is here. And again, I'm not trying to take away anything from anybody disabled having access to the beach. We have designated parking areas for disabled everywhere. Everywhere. And usually it's closer, right? And maybe that is, I'm not going to tell staff what the ideas are, but maybe that is immediately when you go onto the beach ramp, that there's a, I don't know, I'm making numbers up. There's a 50-yard section where people can park east of the drive lanes. And there's a sign there that visitors and everybody can see, okay, cars can go here. So I know where you're going. Listen, I'm a freedom guy, right? But, we have a privilege here of being able to drive on the beach in this county, which I support. But we have an obligation. We have an obligation to make it safe. And that is not safe. Again, I just happen to see it because it happened to my grandkids. So there we go. Mr. Cheng, thank you, Troy. And I appreciate always. I didn't think you were against me. I'm a little passionate about this one because I seen it firsthand and I can see it happening again. And Mr. Chair, with that, I'd like to get support from my council to direct staff to look at options to address the situation that I just described. I'll just leave it there.
Second.
Thank you.
I think we can approve that again by unanimous consent.
Yeah.
Councilman Dempsey.
Just one thing. We had the lady here first off today talking about the issues with Little League. And as we've been discussing over the last 3 or 4 years since I've been here, there is a shortage of Little League fields and access. And and affordability apparently too. I didn't know if we could all agree to have staff come back and give us a report on how our current rental rates compare to adjacent counties and municipalities, and just maybe give us a report on where we are, and also give us a report on the potential use of the landfill for Little League fields. I know there's been some talk of other areas in the county, but again, these kids are getting older and older, and it'd be nice to get them a place to play because I think the deficit or the shortage is still there. So it'd be nice to see if we could look at other options than the ones that have been presented. Yeah, so a motion to have staff come back and give us a presentation on those two things.
Second.
Motion and a second and approved by unanimous consent.
There you go.
Nobody's against that. And no time certain?
Oh.
Just soon?
Sooner the better, yeah. All the time you want, not a second more, right? Yeah.
Okay.
And that's all.
Well, since you mentioned that, can Mr. Santiago chime in about time certain on his idea with the beach, getting that information back?
Well, let's say time certain, we give the next month. A month from now.
August, right?
Yeah, the last meeting. Yes, July, August. First meeting in August.
Yeah, first meeting in August.
Thank you.
Because your July meeting's already It's the only one you're going to have, and it's going to be stuffed.
A month to get the work done. I
Can I do
appreciate
that
it.
with mine too?
Let's
Or
bring
sometime
both.
in August? Yeah. 2nd in August? Thanks.
Is that okay with staff? You heard Mr. Dempsey? Okay.
Thank you. That's all.
Troy, are you done or you need more time?
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, just briefly, I just want to wish all of the good dads out there a happy Father's Day coming up. My dad's getting ready to turn 80, and he and I are getting ready to spend some time together. I'm taking him away from all of his other kids, but you only have one dad, and I got a good one. So happy Father's Day, Dad, early to you. But to all the dads out there, actually, I said all the good dads. I'm going to stick with that. All the good dads out there, happy Father's Day to you. And with that, happy early birthday, 250 to America. And I'll see you all next month. Thank you.
I just have one thing. It came up today in the first public comment period. It was the lady from Marsh Road. And Don, I think we're finally getting to it. You've been blamed for Marsh Road for hauling dirt to your property, from your property. None of that was true. But I've traveled the road to check it out, as we've had people here, and there are people that speed, and there are police officers there stopping them. She suggested speed. I think she really meant speed tables. What is the procedure for looking into that? That's our road, correct?
Yeah, but it's a thoroughfare road. So the problem with that is we don't put speed tables and speed bumps on thoroughfare roads because of the danger of.
So it's really a law enforcement issue.
Yeah, it really is. Because if you put those out there, you'll be launching people and creating an unsafe situation.
Okay.
So yes, it's be more along the lines of law enforcement.
Okay. Don.
I know the corner she's talking about, and I've seen some horrific accidents on that corner. And there's a tree there especially that seems to be the subject of a lot of these bad wrecks. And so is there anything we could do to mitigate a little bit?
We can look at that. We can look at a corner. There's definitely some maybe striping and other traffic control devices we'll look at.
Yeah, because it's like an S turn almost, and it is dangerous. I know what she's talking about. So, thank you.
That's up by the Orchid.
Right by the Stetson practice area.
The golf and.
Right in that bend right there. Yeah,
Okay.
That's pretty dangerous.
Okay. All right, and with that, we are adjourned at 8:40.